and welcome to day 3 of Group A. It is week 3 of Phase 2, of course, here at the Online Darts Live League. And now, on Wednesday, what we're about to do is find out who is going to win Group A and find their way to the finals in week 3. We're going to start with an all-Scottish clash today between Darren Beveridge and Greg Richie. And Darren Beveridge is trying to get within 2 points of Niall Culleton at the top of the Group A table. There he is back in the ice blue that he was wearing on Monday, where he had a perfect 10 points. Yesterday wasn't a great day for Darren. Yesterday was slightly improved for Greg, even though he picked up the same amount of points as he did on Monday. But Darren, who picked up only 2 points himself yesterday, will be somewhat puzzled, maybe, that he's not closer to Niall Culleton's score of 16 points in Group A. And the pressure on the taller of the two players here, because he's the one who can still win this group. Greg Richie can no longer do that, and the likelihood is he will be playing in the same time slot as this over the next 2 days in Group C.
Okay, first leg, it's Greg to throw first. Game on.
So even though he's playing a pal here, and his other pal, Jamie Clark, later, who is on 12 points in the chasing pack, of which there are 3 players, he could spoil their chances. So the early part of today is very, very important for the likes of Beveridge. Get a good start, and then your game against Culleton
60
will be the most important one. Darren Beveridge will play Culleton in game 11, so he's got lots of work to do before he gets there. And if he gets a favour from a player or two, he'd be very much in with a shout. But he's not the only person on 12 points.
82.
Like I said, Jamie Clark is on 12 as well, in 3rd position, on leg difference. And Mike Warburton as well on 12, in 4th position.
40.
All to play for, but you must stay in the reckoning in the first half of today's play, of which there are 15 games.
48. Darren, you require 81.
First leg of the day is looking very good for Darren Beveridge. This is what he was doing a lot more on Monday,
49.
leaving doubles after 12. He has had the knack of beating Greg this week.
58.
Beat him 4 legs to
Darren,
3
you require 32.
on Monday and 4 legs to 1 yesterday.
Game shot.
And he has found a very, very good confidence boost at the start of play today. He didn't get a great start yesterday, and I think that was one of the reasons why he lost 4 of his 5 games. But as far as today is concerned, that will make him feel so much better.
Second leg, it's Darren to throw first.
I coined a phrase yesterday in Darren's last game of the day, because he'd lost his first 4 matches of the day. He didn't want to come away with no points from Tuesday. But playing against Greg in match 14, where he won 4 legs to 1,
58.
he got a huge boost. And I'm not talking about the chocolate bar. Yes, he only averaged 83. He won by 4 legs to 1, but he had 4 shots at a double and hit all 4. That's a bit misleading. As we get the first maximum from Greg Richie. What I mean by misleading is that Darren finished that match with tops
45.
with 100% on doubles, so technically he was better than 100%. We only ever register the finishing shots.
57.
So technically, in a best of 7 match, he was 5 from 5, which is a very rare thing.
56.
But more than anything, he just needs the points from this game. Now, his leg difference is vastly adrift of Culleton.
56.
That has to be said. And on Wednesdays, with Group A action. We have to talk about that. But it's important now because Beveridge is 14
Greg, you
legs
require
adrift
150.
of Culleton. That has got to be bridged with big wins, big displays, and big gaps. So the pressure is on
54.
Beveridge, Clark, and Warburton
Darren, you require
to get 4-0s, 4-1s. And they may need Culleton to lose by big margins.
60. Greg, you require
And
96.
Greg find his first checkout of the day right here. Double top.
56.
Not quite, but a fine try.
Darren, you require 80.
Another single. Leaves a tops that he can only see half of.
60.
You can see from the angle of the dart there
Greg,
just
you
how
require
far left
40.
he was throwing from. Tops for Greg.
Game shot,
Good shot from
second
him.
leg. Greg Richie.
He hasn't had the best couple of days, Greg Richie, and he knows he's going to be back tomorrow and Thursday. He's not going to win the group, but this is a vital day to establish confidence for his chances of winning this week.
Third leg, it's Greg to throw.
If you are
first.
joining us via
Game
your
on.
smart device, watching on the Online Darts YouTube channel or via your favoured bookmaker streaming services,
100.
you may be joining us for the first time, and if you are, thank you for joining us. You may not know how this works. There is an illustration
55.
on the Twitter page of Online Darts, so please check that out. It's about 2 minutes long, which explains how people get to the finals.
40.
But the short version is, if you're in Group A over Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday, you've got to win the group. If you don't win the group,
60.
you go to either Group B or C, which will start tomorrow. There will be action from 9:30 in the morning until about 2 in the afternoon, British time. But then there will be another session
96.
tomorrow night. That's Group B, where there are 5 players. And they will play again on the same time slot
81.
on Friday. 2 players will come through Group C during the day. 3 players come from Group B.
95.
And you have 6 players in the finals on Saturday night. And the top 3 from the finals on Saturday will go to Champions Week. We already have 6 players who have booked their space there
81.
to go for that
Greg, you require
£5,000 prize.
170.
3 more will join them after Saturday. And, of course, 3 more next week.
81.
Beveridge has got to get in amongst this treble 20 here.
$60.
He wasn't
Greg, you
forced
require 89.
to stay on the 20 there. He could have used the 17s. 20 and the bullseye. Decides not to do it.
Game shot.
And it was a wise choice as well. It was a brave choice from Greg Richie. 20 and bull was the defensive route with Darren Beveridge on 164. But treble 10 and tops to convert that 89 is a show of confidence.
Fourth leg, it's Darren to throw first. Game on.
Now, Greg's averaged about 75 this week, which is down on his overall stats. That's
95.
about 9 less than what he was doing previously in Phase 1. So I think he would definitely admit that he's not on form. But he's doing
24.
sporadic things now and again, which do prove how good a dart player he is. As far as Darren is concerned, he's averaging 83 this week.
45.
And he's about 5 points down as well. I think more of that is to do with yesterday than Monday.
57.
There you see Darren holding that dart towards the back of the barrel
83.
and part of the stem. A back heavy grip that yesterday I think was the problem. A lot of darts weren't coming out of his hand right.
58.
But he still has the ability, even when playing not at his best, to beat Greg.
60.
That win yesterday, which was his second win over Greg this week,
15.
brings his head-to-head with Greg overall this year to 5 wins to Greg's 4.
58.
You may say, why are you talking about head-to-heads this week? Well, of course, if at some point they need to be separated
45.
and they can't be separated by points like difference or legs won,
Darren, you
we'll
require 160.
use head-to-head records. And sometimes it is an indication of some players being more comfortable with others. 160 is possible.
120.
And that would have been the third 160 checkout this week. That would have been one for Greg. That would have been one for Jamie Clark. And that would have been one for Darren. So they could have had the Scottish hat-trick there on the 160s.
140.
I think Greg
Darren, you
realises
require 40.
that this leg is over. He didn't even try to go for the 18s with the last dart. Should he have? Yes,
20.
he should have. Now, you don't usually get much of a reaction from Darren Beveridge, but I think even he realises that that effort was not his best.
72. Darren, you require 20.
Double 10. It's closer. Greg is lurking on 90 here for a 3-1 lead. This is a big dart.
No score.
He's not able to find it either.
Greg, you require 90.
This would be a real pinch. And it's for a break of throw. Double 15. Just inside.
82.
When he threw that,
Darren,
he'll
you
have thought
require
it had a
20.
chance. He
Game
finds
shot
double
on
10
forfeit.
eventually, and it is
Darren
2-2. It's a very fair result so far, but now we're into a best-of-3 scenario to see who gets the first 2 points of the day, and they are so much more important for Darren than they are for Greg.
Fifth leg, it's Greg to throw first.
At this juncture, we have to keep you abreast of some news from overnight. Unfortunately, Robert Owen is not able to join us today. He had to return home
41.
for family reasons, back to Wales. So we have drafted in Paul Holloway to take his place today. Now, of course, Paul does not inherit the points
140.
of Robert Owen. Even if he did, he wasn't going to win the group.
95.
So Paul Holloway will play his first game next against Niall Culleton. So he could have a bearing on who wins the group. But as a result of being drafted in today, Paul Holloway will have the chance to play in a group tomorrow
54.
and on Friday to make his way to the finals. But we do here at Online Darts Live League wish Robert Owen all the best, as he has had to return home, which is a real shame.
45.
He's been great to watch this week.
$135.
Let's bear something in mind. If Beveridge can get the points here and Culleton slips up against Paul Holloway
40.
next, then we've got only 4 matches left for Culleton and Beveridge. And of course 5 for Clark and Warburton. And only a 2-point
34.
gap between the top 2. But if Culleton keeps winning, he's through. He's only got to win 4 of his 5 today. That will make sure he's safe. That's the beauty of that 4-point gap
Greg,
that he
require
created yesterday
142.
with getting 5 wins from 5. Greg looking for the 17s route on the 142. There's the 42.
62.
But it's Darren who has the
Darren, you
breaking
require
chance. Take this 76 and you can serve it out in the next leg. Tops.
56.
He couldn't see it
Greg, you require
until he jerked
80.
his neck to the right. He was hoping it was in. 2 double tops. There's one. One left.
40.
It's such a courageous shot, that.
Darren, you require 20.
I'm not sure I would ever do it. Big dart.
No score.
We don't know how big that dart is yet.
Greg, you require 40.
First of all, it depends on whether Greg hits tops. He does love it here.
Game show on the
And
5th
there's
leg.
why. Because
Greg
he hits it
Richie.
more often than he misses it. And he's 3-2 up now. And this is a bad result for Darren Beveridge. Yes, he can still get the points by winning the last 2 legs. But the leg difference is not helping his cause.
6th leg, it's Darren to throw first. Game on.
One of the most surprising statistics that
60.
came a cropper this morning for me was looking at the amount of 180s hit by all of the players. And when I think of Darren Beveridge, I think
39.
there's a great possibility of a lot of 180s. But of everybody who has played in this group this week, he's hit the least amount.
81.
I think that is really symptomatic of what went wrong yesterday. Now, if you think about the 2 biggest hitters of 180s, Niall Culleton and Jamie Clark,
140.
Niall's got 13, Jamie's got 10, Darren's only got 4. 4 180s from 10 and a bit matches.
96.
I find that really perplexing.
$58.
Greg's got 8, as has Mike Warburton, and Robert Owen got 7. He's not going to add to that total.
100.
But you don't have to be a big 180 hitter to be a heavy scorer. Sometimes you've just got to be really good at the 140s.
82.
Now this
Darren, you
is
require
Darren's leg to
164.
lose, but then again, some of them that he has lost were also from these kinds of positions.
100.
It's a good approach. Oh,
55.
that one just careered into the treble 5.
Darren, you require 64.
I think it was on course for the 60 until it clashed with the flight. Double 16.
48. Greg, you
Not
require
looking as comfortable
127.
as he did on Monday. This was for the match.
87.
Good counting from
Darren,
Greg
you
Richie
require
there. Very
16.
fast counting as well.
Game show on
This
the
first
6th
match
leg.
is
Darren
going the
Beveridge.
distance. We are going to the 7th leg, and it could be the biggest leg of the group so far for Darren Beveridge. If he doesn't win it, he's in huge trouble of not winning this group.
7th and final leg, it's Greg to throw first. Game on.
This is where friendships are pushed to the
84.
side. I myself have played my own close pals in darts matches,
100.
and it doesn't really come up in the midst of battle. You're too busy trying to win. I've played the likes of Webster and
58.
Mervyn King, Peter Wright, some of my closest friends in the game, even the likes of Robert Thornton and Steve West and Keegan Brown, people I've been very close to my whole career. But when you play them,
26.
they turn into somebody else, and you as a competitor turn into somebody else. That's just the way it works.
58.
You can feel a little bit awkward at the end when you beat your pal, but your job is to beat them. Right now, Darren's got to get a bit ruthless. That's a great second dart.
100.
Gets himself marginally in front after 9 thrown. The averages aren't much to write home about.
44.
But it is not about averages right now. It's about points.
130.
A great approach to a finish for Darren. Forces Greg to do the same. He hasn't got there, and now Darren's got 6 darts and 145 to get 2 very valuable points. He's still going to need favours from other players to make Culleton slip.
93.
But all he can do is the job in front of him. Until, of course, game 11 where he plays against Niall Culleton. If he can be undefeated up to that point,
Darren,
the destiny
52.
of this table could be in his hands. Double 16.
Game
Match
shot
won by
out of
Beveridge. And you can
Darren
see
Beveridge.
that he's not pleased with his performance. But when he goes back to the practice room to try and fix what went wrong in that match, he can say, at least I got the points. Well, you see the averages weren't too brilliant, but averages are not written on point sheets. Well, they are on mine, but I'm not going to go into them. So let's go into the next match. It's going to be our first look at Paul Holloway for this week as he fills in for Robert Owen. And he is up against the league leader, Niall Culleton, who is looking to get to 18 points. Welcome back. It's match 2 just about to start, and our Irish leader at the top of the Group A table here at the Online Darts Live League is about to get his campaign running for Wednesday. The destiny of this table is in his hands. So let's have a look at his opponent today, which is Paul Holloway, who is filling in for Robert Owen, who was unable to play today due to family reasons. Many thanks to Paul for stepping in. And we will see him not only today, but the next couple of days as well. The man from Loughton in Essex. I saw a little bit of him in Phase 1. We'll go through some of his running statistics when we get into the match. But Niall Culleton took this group by the scruff of the neck yesterday, wearing those amazing dart shirts, which really have grabbed my attention. I'm sure they've grabbed yours too. But he's been grabbing the results and the points as well. He has been the most impressive player, and I think you'd have to say he's been the most consistent as well.
Okay, first leg, it's Paul to throw first. Game on.
Culleton's running average for the week is 85.9. That isn't the best running average, because that belongs to Mike Warburton, and we will see him for the first time in match 3, which comes next. But Niall's got the most 180s. He's got the best individual game average of 102.25.
121.
And that came in the first match he played this week. It's also the best average he has had in any Online Darts Live League match.
100.
I think the way he's been surveying his performances after they've taken place, I think he's got his eye on maybe bettering
60.
that today. He's got a high finish of 120, but that's not the best. We've already mentioned that 260 checkouts have been found by 2 of the Scottish players.
42.
But his points total right now of 16 and his leg difference, just as important actually, at plus 19.
43.
If he plays decent today, he's going to get through. He is forcing Darren, Beveridge, Jamie Clark and Mike Warburton to get all 10 points today. Because if he gets 6, that's what they have to do. They've got to find a way to bridge the 4-point gap. Not an easy thing to do when the amount of games that are left keeps dwindling. As for Holloway, played 10 times
60.
Back in week 8. He got 3 victories with a running average of 77.43. He was around 25% on his doubles.
Paul, you require 156.
And I think if he's going to get to the finals, he's going to have to play a tiny bit better than that. He may have to find an extra 10% on his doubles.
60.
And maybe an extra
Niall, you require
8 or 9 on his average over the course of the days that he plays. Niall's looking for a ton plus checkout to start his day, and that's not coming.
60. Paul, you require 96.
Stay on the 60. The lie was good. Double 8.
Game show.
First leg to Paul Holloway.
Paul Holloway.
I did say that his average and his doubles percentage would have to improve. His average hasn't really improved in that first leg. Long way to go, of course. But the accuracy on the doubles, very, very good from the start.
Second leg, it's Niall to throw first. Game on.
Curiously, looking at everybody's accuracy on doubles
60.
throughout the entirety of the Online Darts Live League this year, and the players who have played this week, 4 players of the 6 that started this week, yes, 4 of the 6 were all on 36%. They could barely be separated in that statistic.
100.
Jamie Clark was down at around about 32%, but Culleton, Beveridge, Warburton and Greg Richie all at 36, which is roughly what we get overall from all of these players. The running average of all of the players is around about 85.
55.
About 1 out of 3 on the doubles. Competent stuff. But we've been getting better than that from the players who are making their way to Champions Week, which takes place in week 5. I will be your commentator for week 5. And we already have Adams,
60.
Barstow, Marsh, Osborne, Joe Davis, Jared Cole. They're already booked. They will be in Champions Week.
66.
They will look to try and make the finals of that week, where £5,000 is there for the taking. If If Niall Culleton does get the top spot in the table today, that's half the job done. Then he's just got to get in the top 3 on Saturday night. But he's making things difficult for himself in this first game.
$97.
You could say he's in a bit of trouble because Holloway is playing better.
$92.
You might also say that
You
Niall is
require
disappointed
74.
not to have Robert here because he beat Robert twice this week. Single 20 for tops. One shot.
34.
He bends the wire, and this now is a vital shot for Niall.
Niall, you require 76.
Take this out. It will be 1-1. Double top.
41.
Not his best start. He looks a bit puzzled by that one.
You require 40.
And if this goes in, the chasing pack will be like meerkats in the practice room. That's a bad dart. Double 10.
20.
Didn't really scare it.
Niall, you require 35.
Niall has got away with it. For now.
Game
And he
shot
has got away
second
with
leg.
that leg.
Niall Culleton.
When he goes back to the back of that room, he will just give it a big inhale and a big exhale and say, right, okay, first double of the day. Let's start playing proper darts. We're into a best-of-5 scenario now at 1-1.
Third leg, it's Paul to throw first. Game on.
When you look at the pace of Paul Holloway, he's not the fastest, but he's
43.
by no means the slowest. But he's a lot slower than Robert Owen. I think one of the reasons why certain players like playing other opponents is because of the pace of the game.
93.
I myself prefer to play slower players than the faster players. But that's not the case for everybody. I get the feeling that maybe Niall
97.
is more comfortable playing someone who's a bit faster. Because he himself, he's a bit more swift.
100.
Takes less time at the 7'9¼ hockey than other players.
$96.
In Paul's 10 matches that he did play a few weeks ago, he managed to get 7 180s.
140.
Niall's managed 13 this week. And that's in the 10 games that he's played. So that's a fair reflection of how
46.
the 180s go for these two players. Same amount of games, but Niall is more likely to get more 180s than Paul.
58.
You would also assume that it's more likely because Paul uses a very much thicker dart than that of Niall's. There's a sign in the background there that Niall is not 100% comfortable. There's a lot of flexing going
81.
on. A little bit of rustling the shirt.
Niall, you require 100.
Just trying to get a bit more comfortable in the room. Still possible. Treble 19 for double. And he's gradually improving
94.
leg on leg. He's
Well, you
forcing
require
Holloway to take a big
138.
shot for the first time in the match.
$58.
Double 8 for the
Niall, you
lead.
requires 16.
And the chasing pack were very buoyant. A leg and a bit to go.
8.
And they might still be. You won't see Paul Holloway
Well,
go
you
for two double
require
tops here.
80.
Not the way that Greg Richie did in the first match. Traditional. And now he has 2 at double 10. That should be a good bouncer.
60.
Oh, it didn't bounce enough.
Niall, you require 8.
Double 4. And he's going to have to win this one ugly. Double 2. That is a big, big dart, because that is a break of throw. And now, if he can improve to maybe a 15 darter or even an 18 darter in this fourth leg, he will get a 3-1 lead. He's having to work very, very hard for these first 2 points of the day.
Fourth leg, it's Niall to throw first. Game on.
It's very easy for me to sit here and say that Niall Culleton was the best player yesterday. He won all 10 points. Everything was very simple. It wasn't. His best average yesterday was 93. He worked very, very hard for those 10 points yesterday. Arguably, he played better on Monday and got less points.
$93.
He lost to Jamie Clark by 4 legs to 3 in the last game of Monday, so his win streak is 5.
43.
The largest win streak we have had is 13, and that is Kevin Burness, who won his last 3 games of Group A in Week 1 and then proceeded to go through Group B undefeated.
$59.
It's a long way for Niall to get to that point. And I guarantee you he's not thinking about that.
140.
He is starting to play better on the scoring, but he's making things hard for himself when he gets to the end of a leg. 2 from 9 on the doubles so far, and that is down
100
on his usual doubles prowess by about 10% this week.
$38.
That leaves 70, and he has a guaranteed shot at it. What kind of pressure can he be put under by the man from Essex? Had to get that treble to leave a finish, and he did well to get there.
70.
But Niall needs something like this in 3 darts. I said he might need a nice clean 18 darter.
30.
He hasn't got it.
All you require, 136.
Stay there. What a shot this would be. Double 8.
128.
Huge chance to break Niall's heart.
Niall, you require...
I'm not sure Niall was looking. And when he's heard 120, he knows that Holloway has missed double 8 for that leg. Big shot on double 10, and it's 3-1. The meerkats in the practice room who are hoping for a Paul Holloway win. They've had their hearts in their mouths in a couple of legs, but it's 3-1 to the Irishman, 1 leg away from 18 points for the week.
Fifth leg, it's Paul to throw first. Game on.
That's pretty much the perfect dart for Holloway in starting a leg. You see how it bounces off that barrel. It's quite a thick, bulbous barrel. It's something very similar to the Taylor barrel from the later part of his career.
100.
Maybe around the 2009, 2010 mark. Maybe 2011, where he was playing his best ever stuff. I don't think that's up for debate, really, considering
100.
What he was doing at the time, the averages he was putting in, the performances. But he showed that using a barrel like Paul's
55
can be destructive. But I think what you've got to do with these barrels is you've got to get them to glide through the air.
100.
I think that's one of the reasons why Phil was a great player. He glided the darts through the air with very little pace.
96.
That's why he could use them and make them work for him.
161.
Paul throws these darts a lot harder.
65.
Nice use of the 25. I really like that. To leave the 2 darter. And Niall's dreams of a 4-1 victory in his
60.
first match of the day.
All you require 96.
They're almost gone. Double 18.
$60.
Not gone yet. If he puts the pressure on here, you don't know what's going to happen on double 18 because he's missed it twice already.
100.
Steady. Can
Oh, you
Holloway
require
find 36
36.
this time? His doubles percentage in this match is down at around 11%. It's getting lower.
Game show on the 5th leg.
It has just improved
Holloway.
because now it's 3-2. And if he keeps playing like that and scoring better like he did in that 5th leg, Holloway may cause problems for Niall's chances of getting those 18 points after this match.
6th leg, it's Niall to throw first. Game on.
The gap is currently 2 between himself and Beveridge.
140.
The next match between Warburton and Clark is important because one of them is going to get to 14 points to join Darren on that mark.
180.
First 180 there for Paul Holloway. Back comes the werewolf.
140.
That is somewhat defiant darting there. That's exactly what Niall did not want to hear. When he hits that
85.
140, he's thinking, right, okay, I've got you now. And then he smacks in a maximum. And he's thinking to himself, I can't get rid of this guy.
140.
But the way to get rid of dart players in these situations is exactly what he's doing right here. 140, 140, 140. Score him out.
100.
And
I
then
will require 81.
one more job. And that's to hit double 12.
57.
He's going to have to hold his breath because Holloway has
All you
already missed this
require
on double 8.
36.
Niall now has
60.
3 more darts at double 12
Now you require 24.
to get the points, to put the pressure back on the others. That's not ideal,
Game shot out of the match.
but it was good enough.
Niall Culleton.
Niall Culleton has worked very hard in his first match of the day, and he re-establishes that 4-point gap at the top of the table. We can see that both of them were in the mid to high 70s in the averages, but Niall does not care one jot about that. That 4-point gap is a cushion now, and it can't be closed in the next match, but 2 players will go head-to-head on 12 points to see if they can get closer, and that's Warburton and Clark coming in match 3. Match number 3 about to start, and Mike Warburton and Jamie Clark will start their campaign for Wednesday. They needed a mistake from Niall Culleton in the last match. It did not come. So one of these players who needs a perfect day will have to start well here. Jamie Clark was very, very buoyant at the end of yesterday's session, and he finished the day on Tuesday with an absolutely brilliant shot. 160 checkout. And that is the best of the week, tied with his good friend Greg Richie. And Jamie didn't know it at the time, but that 4-2 victory over Robert Owen would be his final game against Robert Owen for the week. But it was a decent display. 40% on doubles.
First leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
He had an 81 average, but you get the feeling that an 81 average might not be good enough against this guy. He had the best running average of everybody coming into today. But the key thing is,
41.
he didn't have the most points. What we now have, with 13 matches remaining in Group
58.
A, is a 6-point gap between Jamie Clark, Warburton, and the leader Niall Culleton. To bridge that 6-point gap,
100.
the winner of this game, I feel, will still have a chance. The loser may be out of it.
121.
But the key thing for me is if Warby wins, he has to win big, and he has to beat Niall in his next game.
140.
He's got the chance of reeling Niall in a little bit. But even if he does, he's still going to need a favour from somebody. That favour
60.
could come from this opponent. If Niall keeps winning, if he beats Warby in the next game, then that might be that.
44.
So job one. Win your first game.
$98.
Jamie does the sensible thing in using the 18s with the last start to guarantee that finish.
$60.
Warburton can only leave
Jamie
116.
164.
So to start the day with a big shot, he needs the bull.
139.
That would have been an absolutely
Might
brilliant
require
finish to start his
116.
day. Just lift it a little bit. Right there, what a shot. Double 18.
Game
In
shot
she
on the
goes.
first leg.
And an 18-dart
Warburton.
start for Mike Warburton. That is a really good shot in the arm. That's a bit of a 2021 joke. But he's 1-0 up, and he's the one who has the pressure, in my opinion, because he plays Culleton next, but he's got to do this job first.
Second leg, it's Jamie to throw first. Game on.
Jamie Clark's second game of the day is against
100.
Greg Richie, whom he has an amazing record against in this format.
$60.
But even though these guys really still believe that they can top this table, they have another problem. And that problem is Darren Beveridge won his first game as well.
60.
So he's 2 points ahead of these guys. And he plays Paul Holloway next. So when you take all of these things into consideration, I think when these two woke up
100.
really early this morning, they will have said, okay, win all 5 today and see what happens. Even if they do win all 5, it might not be enough.
100.
Because of that 4-point gap at the start of play, Niall knew when he woke up that if he won 4 of 5, that's enough to get through.
95. $81.
With all of that in mind as well, if they don't win the group, it's about league position. Places 2 and 3 in this table will graduate to
60.
Group B, which is tomorrow night
Jamie required
and Friday
160.
night. If you finish in the bottom 3, you will play tomorrow and Friday during the day. Now, of course, Group B in the night session,
128.
there are 3 places up for grabs for the finals on Saturday, whereas in Group C, there are only 2. So the benefit of getting in the top 3, if you don't win the group, is that there are more places available next time you play it. Jamie Clark, double 16. Needs another double 8. Gets another double 8.
Jamie Clark.
I've been there and done that, where you've just overpitched that first dart into the double 8, but it was a good miss in the end, and he didn't hesitate on dart 2 either, and this one has been equalised at 1-1.
Fair leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
Yes, Group C, which starts tomorrow morning at 9:30, the usual time. British time, of course, because you may be tuning in from overseas. We
100.
that we have some regulars tuning in from around the globe. 6 players involved in Group C. 3 from today. Places 4, 5 and 6. They will be joined by Adrian Gray, Conan Whitehead and Dave Parletti. Lots of experience there.
100.
If you get through to the night session, positions 2 and 3 will be joined by Fallon Sherrick, Lee Cox and Paul Hogan.
180.
And Jamie Clark is back in the maximum column. One of the better maximum hitters this week. That is his 11th.
100.
The only person to hit more is the table topper, Niall Culleton.
81.
So you may ask, where has it gone wrong for Jamie Clark? If he's hit the most maximums, he's got a decent running average of 81. Well, that one is the
60.
lowest of the top 4. So that tells its own story.
140.
He also has the lowest doubles percentage of anybody in the top 4 as well. So when he's got points, he's had to scrap for them.
100.
It's a really good dart,
Mike, you require
because twice yesterday
141.
he bust a big number by hitting a 60. No shot at double 12 for Mike. And he is staring 2-1 down in the face.
89. Jamie, you require 40. Game shot on the
is
third
2-1
leg.
down, and that's
Jamie
a really
Clark.
good statement from Jamie Clark, because he is now 2-1 ahead. That is a 13 darter, and that'll do wonders for your average most of the time when playing online darts live league, because right now he is the one who's playing better
Fourth leg,
between
it's
these
Jamie
two.
to throw first. Game on.
I said his average will go up. It has, to 98.
97.
Warburton averaging 85. 1 shot at double, 1 hit. But after talking to him yesterday morning, he said that he needed to brush up on his scoring. And right now, after looking at his game for 2 and a bit days, I'd have to agree with him.
100.
He's only hit 8 maximums in 11 matches. Now, I think Warby will want a lot more than
60.
that. He's in real trouble here because Jamie Clark is in a pretty good spot.
98.
Seems to be fairly smooth. And considering he's lost his previous 2 games against Warby,
100.
he looks fairly at ease with this challenge. That is
174.
beautiful. And he's setting up another 13 darter, but on a different double. The average is going to climb again if he finds another 1 dart kill. Bad news for
134.
Warburton.
Jamie required 32.
Double 16. That flight is in his eye line.
Game shot on the
But
fourth
that
leg.
is a really good
Jamie
dart. And
Clark.
even though that leg was not as good as the last one, it was just as impressive in my opinion. 5 visits, and his average is touching 100 now. Just a very good burst here from Jamie Clark.
Fifth leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
100.63 and 50% on doubles. This is a world-class performance. If he can put in a 15-darter here and win this match by 4 legs to 1, it will be his best performance this year. The best performance he's put in so far, he averaged 98.56.
85.
But he's on course to better that. It's been very, very efficient. And when you look at the fact that 100 average is now giving him a high checkout of 40, that says that his scoring's been good and his approach play has been excellent.
128.
Well, if he gets another 128,
100.
he'll have another crack at a 160 to finish a match for the second match in a row. That's not going to happen.
39.
And if Warburton does not win this match, he may be resigned to the fact that he's going to be playing tomorrow and on Friday.
$57.
Winning Group A is not a guarantee of success, of course. All you have to do is get to the Saturday finals. And then,
60.
if you play your best stuff and get in the
Mike,
top
you
3,
require
you will continue to
144.
play in this phase and have a chance. $64 left. On a couple of
88.
occasions yesterday, he tried to hit a 60 to leave double one. On one occasion, he did hit it, and it cost him hugely because he went north of the double one, then in the single. And as a result of that, he lost a match.
Mike, you require 56.
This time he got the tactics right, and he has tops to get back within 1.
36.
So it's a chance of 130.
Jamie, you require 130.
Chance is now gone.
58.
2 10s.
Mike, you require 20.
Oh, that pushed the wire. It was very close. That's why he had to move.
No score.
He's not able to find it.
Jamie
Jamie
requires
Clark, who
72.
may have thought that this leg was done and he'd have to try and fight for a 4-2 victory, is going to get another shot at tops.
52. Mike, you require 20.
1 double away from victory.
Game
But
shown
now
the
he is
fifth leg.
501
Mike
points
Warburton.
away from victory. That's the beauty of this game of darts. It's fair to say that Warburton will not have been happy with the marker for that double 10, but he will have been very happy with the second dart. He is now 3-2 down.
Sixth leg, it's Jamie to throw first. Game on. $59.
Average for Clark has come down to 92. Warburton's has suffered a bit as well after those misses at double. 6 misses at double in that leg
140.
until he finally found double 10.
$100.
I love the graphic at the start of the match as well. Jamie Clark's darts were just Gary Anderson's, as if they actually belonged to Gary.
121.
I think it's fairly self-explanatory that a lot of
92.
up-and-coming Scottish dart players would use a Gary Anderson dart or a Jockey Wilson dart to follow in the footsteps of their heroes. And other great Scottish dart players, of course. Can't forget about the likes of Peter
86.
Johnston, who unfortunately is no longer with us. Lost him recently. Ronnie Sharp, who's still playing. The man with the best moustache in the history
60.
of sport.
Micah require 154.
Okay, maybe not the best, but it's definitely one of the best. I'm a little bit biased.
60.
Leaves 94, and he has a look at that. Now, one of Mike Warburton's wins against Jamie Clark this week, of which there have been 2, was 4 legs
93.
to 3. And he had to work
Micah require
ridiculously
94.
hard for that win. He's going to have to do the same again. There's the 4. He's not got the treble 18 with 2 possible attempts.
38. Jamie require
Jamie's already missed 1 match start to win 4 legs to 1. All of a sudden, he's looking more uncomfortable than he was earlier in the match. Double top.
77.
And the second match start at the same bed has suffered the same
Micah
fate.
require 56.
Can Warburton somehow dodge another bullet?
46.
Not on this occasion. And Clark will have 3 clean at double 10 himself
Jamie require
to
20.
get this result. To keep himself in with a chance of getting through this group. That's what he's done.
Shot on the match.
First win of the
Jamie
week
Clark.
over Mike Warburton, and that's a huge, huge blow to the Welshman. His chances of winning this group are very, very slim now. The averages in this game have been better than the previous 2 games. It's really good to see that they're starting to warm up now. But Warby is going to have to be white hot from here if he stands any chance at all. Clark up to 14 points. But Darren Beveridge can get within 2 again of Niall Culleton. He plays Paul Holloway in match 4. Time to find out if Darren Beveridge can get back within 2 points of our league leader here in Niall Culleton. 18 points Niall has, and Darren has 14. He has company on 14 points now in the shape of Jamie Clark, but he has an opponent here called Paul Holloway, who didn't get a win in his first game today against the table topper, so Paul could not do Darren a favour. But now the destiny of 2 more points is firmly in Darren's hands. A record now of 11 matches played in 2021 Online Darts Live League for Paul. 3 wins and 8 defeats. So you would establish, really, based on form currently and what they've done previously this year, Darren would be a favourite in this one. How much Darren would love to get a big win here, because he has more problems than just the points.
Darren to throw first. Game on.
Currently with a 4-point gap from him to Niall. That's what he started with today.
85.
The 4-3 win over Greg Richie, as good as it was to get those 2 points, he only won by 4 legs to 3. So he embellished his leg difference to +6. Culleton beat Holloway 4-2. So he's made the gap
60.
in the leg difference now 15 legs. So he's widened that after 1 match for everyone today so far.
100.
Not to sound dramatic at all, Darren, but you may have to win your next couple of matches by 4 legs to 0. Just to try and put some leg difference pressure on Niall.
58.
And the interesting thing for me, as we look not only at this match, but who someone like Darren plays next.
140.
Of course, he does have company on 14 points in the shape of Jamie Clark. Well, that is who he plays next. That is Jamie's next match.
22.
It could be crucial. Actually, I'm forgetting about Jamie's next match against Greg Richie. That's coming up next. So that's a completely moot point. But when you look at who Niall is playing next, he's got Warby.
134.
And both Beveridge and Jamie Clark need a favour from Warburton.
96.
Beveridge
Darren,
has started this match
42.
very, very well. Double 16.
Game shot in the first leg.
Exactly
Darren
what
Beveridge.
he wanted. 15 darter, starts things off very, very well. And if he maintains that, based on how Paul Holloway has played previously here at the Online Darts Live League, he may not have an answer for that.
Second leg, it's Paul to throw first. Game on.
Paul Holloway does look remarkably
43.
similar to Kevin Burness. Same hairstyle, bespectacled.
91.
Just imagine if it was Burness versus Holloway. You wouldn't know whether you're at a darts match or a Greg Wallace lookalike competition.
140.
If you're watching from overseas and you don't know who Greg Wallace is, well, try a search engine. He is one of the judges on UK MasterChef.
140.
Don't forget, viewers in the United Kingdom, for the Thursday, Friday and Saturday night sessions, we will be live
97.
on Sporty Stuff TV as well. So check your local listings for that. We do appreciate that you might be watching a little bit of footy at the end of the week, but take
41.
us with you. You can do so by watching the Online Darts YouTube channel on your smart device. And do not
60.
miss next week and Champions Week in week 5. Next week, Chris Mason will be back. And we've got some big names for next week. I'm not
137.
going to tell you
All you
who
require
until
161.
Saturday. 92 for Darren Beveridge to take a 2-0 lead.
40.
I mentioned he might
Darren,
need
you
some
require
4-0s.
92.
This would help for the first possible one.
40.
All may not be lost,
All you require
but Holloway is the spoiler today. He's the one who's got no pressure on him. And he hasn't pressurised that treble 20 with the first 2 darts.
81. Darren, you require 52.
It's up to you to find double 16 again.
Game
But he
shown
finds
second
double
leg.
8 and he's
Darren
grasping
Beveridge.
these legs, getting chances, taking chances. That's what this game is all about. And sometimes it's not about getting perfection on the doubles, but visit-wise, he has been perfect in this game so far.
Third leg, it's Darren to throw first. Game on.
Taking this game by the scruff of the neck, averaging 91,
45.
50% on his doubles. That's very, very competent. He has another level. He has a PB average of 103.6
96.
in an online Darts Live League match. So we know he can go very high. Just looking at the
59.
biomechanics of the way he throws, I just get the feeling that over the next couple of years, he's someone who could exponentially improve.
58.
It may have come across over the last couple of days how much of a fan I am of his game. I'm not the only one. Someone who has
140.
won at Challenge Tour level, and that's something that Paul has not done. His best performance in a Challenge Tour day is the last 16 back in September of 2018. But as far as Darren is concerned, he's won one.
43.
And that was back in 2019, so that's more recent.
$100.
This third leg should be going to Paul Holloway, you feel. However, good switch. Very, very
122.
intelligent, because the single
All you
number
require
downstairs
107.
would have shaved the wrong number off the end. And I said that this should be Paul Holloway's leg. It might still be. So what does
87.
Beveridge do here? Does he go 25? Or does he
Darren, you
gamble on the
require
60?
92.
He's looking north. 2 double 18s.
56. All you require 20.
How close can Beveridge get to Culleton in this match? Double 10.
Game shown the third.
And Holloway
leg.
takes
Ooh,
leg 3,
Holloway.
so it's not going to be a 4-0 for Darren Beveridge. All he can hope for now is a 4-1. He's got to work really hard to get another brace of legs to get that exact scoreline.
Fourth leg, it's Paul to throw first. Game
Very
on.
valiant break of throw there from the man from Essex. A county rich in talent.
140.
He's got company in this room from Essex as well, because that is exactly where Owen Binks is from. The town of Colchester.
141.
Also home to the great Bobby George and the great Colin Lloyd. Oh, there's a man I've missed in lockdown. Haven't seen Lloydie in a while.
82.
There have been some people asking if Lloydie would play here. He could, of course, if he wanted to, but he has retired from competitive play.
41.
But if Colin is tuning in, we wish him all the best. He's been doing some fabulous baking this year, as per usual. And he's been losing a bit of timber as well.
81.
Doing some very early morning fitness classes. Skinny Lloydie in 2021.
96.
Not just those two from Essex, though. You talk about the likes of Kev Painter. The first black player to play at the PDC
96.
World Championship. Al Hedman. Essex player. Dieter Hedman, of course.
140. Paul, you require 102.
Is he starting to make some headway in this game? Double 16 for 2-2. He's causing problems. He's causing problems all of a sudden. That 15 darter was very, very clever. Takes out the ton plus check out, and this game is very far from being 4-0 now. It could well be a loss for Beveridge if he doesn't get a hold of it.
Fifth leg, it's Darren to throw first. Game on.
Beveridge is still leading the averages by about 7, but that means absolutely nothing.
180.
And there he finds his first maximum of the entire day.
100.
When the pressure has been on, more often than not, he has delivered.
81.
That performance yesterday in match 14, it was startling. On the finishes, he was incredible. Finished it with 100, 2 double tops.
96.
Didn't miss a double at all in the match. And we've seen that twice this week. Once from Culleton in his first match of the week.
40.
We saw it yesterday from Darren too. Well, Holloway is not going to leave a finish. That is maybe a sign of
100.
tactical inadequacy, because that 20 shot wasn't the right thing to do. You score 80 with the first 2 darts on
45.
305 and you can't leave a finish. Somewhat old school approach. Especially when your opponent is in front.
58. Darren, you require 155.
Could well have 6 darts from here. Might go bull here.
55.
Oh, he's got himself a lucky 15
Well,
though.
you require 147.
If he gets a 2 there, he's left 113. But the 15 has left himself a 2 darter if he gets a shot. He can breathe now.
70 left.
And it was 100 that finished his day yesterday on 2 double
95.
tops. He needs to repeat the trick.
Darren, you require 100.
What can you pull out of the hat? Same shot. Same shot. Different
80.
result. Oh,
All you
Paul Holloway
require
in the background
52.
was thinking, he's going to hit that. Is Darren thinking that Paul's going to hit this 52? He's gone for tops. I'm surprised because he's just hit double 16.
Game shot.
But he knows best, and from 2-0 down, he is now 3-2 ahead. This is a huge, huge result for Niall Culleton all of a sudden. If Paul Holloway gets one more leg from the next 2, that 4-point gap will remain.
Sixth leg, it's Paul to throw first. Game on.
I can almost see the steam coming out of the ears of Ice Cold Beveridge.
62.
The condensation rising from Ice Cold. He is not pleased to be in this position after being 2-0 up, and I don't blame him.
100.
Full credit to Paul Holloway, though. He has taken out some very good finishes in this match. He's 75% on his doubles.
140.
And again, he's put himself in position, 102 ahead. If Beveridge doesn't find something, he's going to lose.
100.
And with 3 matches left today, Darren would be looking at a 4-point gap possibly a 6-point gap the next time he plays against Jamie Clark.
140.
That's if Niall beats Mike Warburton.
$100.
Well, Holloway's left himself another bogey number, but this time it hasn't got a massive bearing. That's 2 treble 20, silly 39.
127.
A really, really good leg. His best leg of the match, you could say. And it is to beat Darren Beveridge. He's going to need
41.
an awful lot of favours now.
Pull your require.
Not just
32.
from other players against Niall Culleton, but one from Holloway to miss this. And he hasn't missed it. A really, really good performance from Paul Holloway. Just on the doubles alone, you have to tip your hat and say, well done there, Paul Holloway. A fantastic, fantastic out-of-ring performance. There you go, 80%, 88.08. That is his best performance in an online darts live league match so far. So well done to him. Problems for Beveridge, but Jamie Clark and Greg Richie, a Scotland battle coming up now. Jamie Clark has got to get winning or he's going to be gone. Turns out that performance from Paul Holloway was his best performance by over 5 points in an average. So well done to Paul Holloway for that. He has really thrown the cat amongst the pigeons. And Niall Culleton, who comes next, will watch this one here and hope that he gets a favour from Greg Richie as well. Because if Greg wins this one, the 4-point gap will still remain between Clark, Beveridge and himself. But Greg, who lost by 4 legs to 3 in his first match of the day, is looking for improvement. Looking for little flicks of confidence before he graces Group C tomorrow. He is guaranteed of being there. He's not going to make the top 3. Who he will be joined by in Group C, time will tell. Because he is currently 8 points adrift of the next person in the table. Jamie Clark's problem right now
131
is that he has 14 points and plus 6. Because Darren Beveridge lost that last match, he has now elevated himself to second in the table.
57.
But that's not his only problem. He has a 15-leg gap between himself and the leg difference of Culleton. The same leg difference gap that Darren Beveridge faced in the last match. He could not get any closer. In fact, he's further away now.
139.
But if he can somehow beat his mate Greg Richie again, he would still keep this very, very much on.
140.
The ideal situation for Clark is a win here and a loss for Culleton next.
57. Jamie, you require 130.
6 darts from here. Doesn't have to go bull.
105.
Not really sure why he did, but maybe he's feeling one of those days where if I get a shot, I'm just going to go for it. It seems to me
100.
that more
Jamie
players are
requires
doing that now
25.
than ever. There's not as much laying up going on. Double 6.
13.
Playing a bit faster at the start of this. Maybe
You
he's
require
more
148.
comfortable playing against Greg than he was against Mike Warburton in game 3. He still won though.
100.
And double
Then
6
you
will give him an
require
early
12.
lead. To the Oki very quickly.
No score.
But to no avail.
Greg, you require 48.
Should be 8 and tops for the wee man.
28.
This is by the finest of margins.
Jamie, you require 12.
Has to be a different result this time. He's had 5 darts at a double already. Double 3.
Game
Oh,
shot
how did
first
that
leg.
go in? He's having a little
Jamie
word with
Clark.
Greg as if to say, I don't know how that went in. Have you got any idea? I don't think Greg knows either. I'll have to get a physicist on the phone to figure out how that went in. But that was a very important double.
Second leg, it's Greg to throw first. Game on.
It's one of those moments where you think, give me the slow-mo. I want to see what happened there.
140.
I'm a big believer in the fact that you make your own luck in darts.
140.
But right there, I think the power of that dart kept it in the bed. Nice hit from Greg.
180.
Not his first 180 of the day. In fact, it is his second.
140.
And you can tell that these two are very comfortable playing against each other. They're happy with the pace, the rhythm, everything about it. But you wouldn't think it for Greg because he's only beaten
21.
Jamie twice out of 9 times they've played this year. Jamie's definitely got the wood on Greg. Oh, how he wants it again.
57.
Because an 8th win
Greg, you require 160.
would put him in with a shout of winning this group. Now just imagine these two and Darren Beveridge all came down from Scotland
50.
late last week.
Jamie, you
One of
require
them
164.
might be putting their feet up for a couple of days and watching the other two sweat. I had a crack at this earlier. He missed the bull on that occasion.
82.
And this time he doesn't get there.
Greg, you
But
require 145.
it's still possibly advantage Jamie. Trying to find the top right corner of the 60 here.
65.
Now, can Jamie Clark
Jamie
do what
Maguire,
Beveridge did in the
82.
last match by taking a 2-0 lead? There's the 2. And it was a somewhat
42.
defensive attempt at 2 double
Greg, you
tops.
require 80.
But it's 2 double tops that Greg will go for. Oh, he's changed his tactic.
44.
All the times I've watched him play,
Jamie
he's gone
require
2 double
40.
tops for 3 darts. For some reason, that time he changed his mind. Double 10. Slight shift to the left.
Jamie
It was the
showing the
right
second
thing
leg.
to do.
Jamie
He is
Clark.
now 2-0 up, and now that he has that 2-0 lead, he has to do exactly what Darren Beveridge could not, and that's win from 2-0 up. A very, very strong position for Jamie Clark.
Third leg, it's Jamie to throw first. Game on.
And
180.
that is how you put your foot down. I think Jamie's starting to get a bit of confidence.
100.
Maybe that performance from last night where he put in that 160 finish to finish the day against Robert Owen.
60.
He was starting to exude confidence. Now, it's all well and good to have it, and you might not want to show the world, but yesterday he was starting to celebrate
92.
a little bit. He was feeling it. And so far today, he's playing some very decent stuff.
57.
I think there's a lot to work with Jamie. He's got a very good action. It's quite compact. It's got a really fierce follow through.
$59.
Greg might not be feeling confident after a very odd week where he's only picked up 2 victories.
44.
He will have thought that he would have got at least 5 more than that. Who's to say he won't win this match?
180. Jamie require 160.
Great maximum. The right time to hit one to leave the 2 darter or possibly a double. But just held our breath for a second because both of these
100.
guys have hit a 160 this week. I think we're destined to get a third.
70.
There's been so many attempts at it. Single 20. For tops, plenty of room.
30.
And now Jamie, who
Jamie
needs
require
points and
60.
also needs leg difference assistance. Could be 3-0 up here. A 4-0 win in this match will get him to plus 10. He's 3-0 up.
On the third leg.
He just needs
Jamie
one
Clark.
more leg to get to double digits in his leg difference and, of course, to be within 2 points of Niall Culleton. He's doing everything that he needs to do. He's 3-0 up.
Fourth leg, it's Greg to throw first. Game on. $39.
Had a couple of tweets yesterday from people asking about what happens if someone gets to second place in this table. Well, I likened my
57.
reply to Top Gun. There are no prizes for second place. The only thing you do get is a place in Group B, where there are 3 places in the finals up for grabs.
92.
You have to be the best player to get through this group. But the benefit, if you don't, and you finish in second or third, is that you have
98.
a somewhat easier task in Group B than Group C because of the 3 places on offer. That's the benefit
94.
of getting further up the Group A table. That's why there are 3 places on offer in Group B instead of Group C, which only has 2.
74.
That's the conundrum that Greg has. He will be in Group C tomorrow, and he will have to find his way to the top 2 with a very interesting group ready and waiting.
98. Greg, you require
Same sort of position
156.
as the last leg, both on a big out. And Jamie Clark's going to get another crack at that 160.
100. Jamie require
He might have to hit it if he
160.
wants 4-0.
60.
Leaves himself on 100.
Greg, you require 56.
Greg looking for his first leg in a while.
16.
And this is the chance. This is more
Jamie
realistic than the
require
160.
100.
One treble required for 2 shots at tops. Does he stay on the 60? I think he should. The lie was so good,
60.
he could have used that 60 as a bumper
Greg, you require
off the first
40.
dart. I'm not sure that was the right play. You just don't know how costly every leg is going to be for Jamie Clark in his
Game
quest
shot on the
to
fourth
get
leg.
to the top spot.
Greg
And that
Richie.
really has hurt Jamie Clark's chances of getting to double digits. He's going to have to wait for that potentially in the next match. But now it's all about just getting the points. 3-1 now as Greg Richie gets his first leg.
Fifth leg, it's Jamie to throw first. Game on.
I, like Chris Mason, my fellow commentator here at the Online Darts
59.
Live League, love establishing patterns. And no, I'm not talking about knitting or crochet. It's the fact
44.
that every match so far today has been an away win. Now, I have a sheet in front of me that has all of the people who are throwing
43.
first in the match on the left-hand side and their opponents on the right. Everybody on the right-hand side has won so far today.
100.
So whoever has not got the darts has won. Now the person who
99.
didn't have the darts in this match is Greg. But he has got quite a mountain to climb if he wants to keep that pattern going.
43.
Now the averages are very similar, 78 and change.
140.
Jamie is determined to get that 160. He's left it again. I think today he's left it 4 times. He's left it 3 times in this match alone.
65. Jamie require 106.
This time, though, he's got 6 for it. Guaranteed. And
60.
once again, he leaves 100 after having a try at it. He's under pressure a little bit now, though.
Jamie
That's what
require
Greg needed
100.
to make Jamie think. This time he does go for the 60 on dart 2.
27.
And he has stumbled.
Greg, you require 109.
Is there something in not having the darts today? Maybe. Just
Game shot on the
maybe,
fifth leg.
because that
Greg
109
Richie.
checkout has just made this game even closer. And if he wins from 3-0 down, that will severely dent Jamie Clark's chances of getting the top spot.
Sixth leg, it's
Really,
Greg
really
to
good
throw
answer here from
first.
Greg.
Game on.
We saw Darren Beveridge go 2-0 up against Paul Holloway, and we thought the possibility of 4-0 here for
83.
Darren is real. He ended up losing 4-2. To be 3-0 up in a
96.
best-of-7 match and lose 4-3 is unthinkable when you go 3-0 up. It
46.
reminds me of a game I played against Joe Culleton in the Irish Masters back in 2011.
52.
We were playing in the last 16 phase of the tournament, and we were told that it was best of 9 legs.
140.
Joe Cullen took a 4-1 lead against me, and I thought, I better get a move on here. Well, I did. I won 5-4.
60.
And then somebody approached me a little bit later on and said, did you know that in the last 16 it was best of 7? I said I had no idea. I just did what the referee told me to do.
65.
So technically, I lost that match 4 legs to 1, but I won it 5 legs to 4. I ended up losing in the final to Mark Walsh.
57.
One of the strangest
Regular
days of my
require
entire career.
167.
And Joe, I don't think he spoke to me for a good couple of months after that.
97.
Well, look at this match. It has changed.
134. Greg, you require 70.
To take us to leg 7 and to get 3 legs on the spin, Greg needs tops. He's got it as well. He's got all the momentum.
Richie.
The leg difference problem is real for Jamie Clark now, but the other problem is he might lose this match from 3-0 up. Quite astonishing stuff. And that whole thing about not having the darts, it's very, very real now.
It's Jamie to throw first. Game on.
You still prefer to have the darts in the last leg of the match. Don't get me wrong.
96.
But if this keeps happening, and Greg Richie does win this match, we then look to the next match, where Warburton does not have the darts against Culleton.
134. $140.
Does Greg get in touch?
60.
No, he doesn't. And Clark has to go 19s here. Well, he doesn't have to. It was just the more prudent thing, unless you hit something huge.
140.
Oh, there was a little bit of shoulder in that dart, wasn't there? And maybe he just wants to finish this one with a flourish. Bull, 25 bull, if he's forced to.
97.
Which he's not.
Jamie require 125.
107 left. Does he want to hit the bull? Doesn't have to.
85.
This time he lays up. Earlier in the match, he chose not to. And I think that was the prudent shot. First and foremost, get the points.
Jamie require 40.
Then hope for a favour. Double 10.
20.
He's missed 3 match darts. They're the first match darts he's had.
You require 150.
The big out is not taken.
90.
The pressure's on though, and if Jamie
Jamie
Clark
required
misses
20.
3 more, he could be in trouble. He hasn't missed though, and he is
Jamie
edged over the
Clark.
line. That's one of those games, isn't it, where you're 3-0 up, it comes back to 3-3, you get tapped on the shoulder, but Jamie Clark has broken that streak of people not having the darts winning matches. You can see that he had the inferior average. He had the inferior checkered percentage, but a lot of that work may have been done in the middle legs of that match, which were won by Greg. Going into Niall Culleton's second match of the day. If he wins this one, he will re-establish that 4-point gap for a second time today. Culleton is coming back to the hockey now, trying to re-establish a 4-point gap. He has been hoping to get a 6-point gap all day long, but people are starting to hold on to his coattails. It's up to him now to establish that 4-point gap against Mike Warburton, who has a very good record against this week. 2 wins from 2. And he has not really been troubled by Mike this week at all. On Monday, it was 4 legs to 2. Yesterday, even better. 4 legs to 1. I think there's been a little change in flights here for Niall Culleton as well. He's been using black flights for the last couple of days. But he's gone to either the iridescent ones or the see-through ones. Let's keep an eye on that one. But one of the good things for Niall is that streak of players on the right-hand side of the draw today winning their matches, that has stopped. Not without a scare, though.
Okay, first leg, it's Niall to throw first. Game on.
So Niall's position in the table is as such. 18 points, and that glorious leg difference of plus 21, which is 14 legs ahead of his next challenger, Jamie Clark. Because it's so big, it's almost
60.
As if you want to say that Niall is almost safe. You almost want to say that it's the equivalent of being maybe 4 or 6 points ahead. That leg difference. But we can't say that, because if he loses this match and Jamie beats Darren Beveridge next, they're level on points. So then it's just one more mistake needed.
100.
It's never that simple in Group A. The last 2 Group A's that I have actually commentated on, the result of the group has gone to the very last match. Well, the very last match in this group is Darren Beveridge and Mike Warburton. It could still come down to that.
93.
The problem for Beveridge, though, is that loss against Paul Holloway. That really has hurt his chances.
45. $81.
As far as Mike Warburton is concerned today, that 4-2 loss to Jamie Clark in match 3, that will have made him
97. Mike,
feel very miffed.
167.
He hasn't played his best darts today yet.
60.
And he's just showing
Niall,
micro signs of frustration. That's a great first dart. Over pitches dart 2. So he has 93 left.
80. Mike, you require 107.
Lots of different options here. He took out a lovely 116 in his last match. That was the highlight of his day 55. So far. But he doesn't really scare that 107.
74.
Double top, only just.
54.
Are things starting to go wrong for
Mike,
Niall?
you require 52.
Can Mike expose that? Double top.
Game shot on the
Very
first
good.
leg.
A
Mike
much
Warburton.
improved shot at double there for Mike. He will gain confidence from that. Not just a first leg win, but a first leg break as well. He needs points, but he needs points and lots of legs concurrently,
Second
like
leg,
other
it's
people.
Mike to throw first. Game on.
Now here is the intricacy of this game. It's not just about Mike now
100.
trying to get a big victory to swell his leg difference. It's currently at level. So he's 21 legs behind this guy. But let's say, based on that first leg, that Mike Warburton finds a 4-0 victory against Niall. Not only does he bolster his total by 4, but he decreases Niall's by 4.
100.
So he brings him a lot closer for himself and the other challengers.
137.
It's up to Niall to make sure that doesn't happen. These little idiosyncrasies of group play, that's what gets me up in the morning.
93.
Every result counts.
100.
Every player today, whether it's Warburton, Clark, Beveridge, even Greg Richie as well, they will have thought, the one match I've really got to make my presence felt is against
85.
Niall Culleton.
Niall, you
If
require
I'm going to get a win, I want it to be a
124.
big one. Well, what has Niall just done?
84. Mike, you require
Was he genuinely going for
123.
2 treble 20s and double 2? My body has just gone cold. Why did he do that? Why didn't he go 14 bull? Bullseye for the 1, 2, 3. Oh, that's a
He's got the
huge
second
shot
leg.
from Mike Warburton.
Mike Warburton.
And the last 6 darts have left me both puzzled and exulted with joy for Mike Warburton, his biggest finish of the week so far. An absolutely crucial 2-0 lead for Warby now.
Their leg, it's Niall to throw first. Game on.
Maybe did he realise he was on 1-2-4 after he delivered the second
100.
dart? Because there is no logic whatsoever in going 2 treble 20s for double 2 when your opponent's on 1-2-3. The only thing I can think of is that Niall thought he was on something else.
180.
Niall's got real problems now.
100.
But getting a lead in the last couple of matches, well, it hasn't been that secure, has it?
$140.
5 perfect darts. Doesn't matter that the 9 darter is gone. This is much improved stuff from
134.
the man from Wrexham. Even when he misses, he gets the adjustment back.
125.
This is a
Niall, you
fabulous
require
leg.
167. $95. Mike, you require 56.
Only 9 darts thrown and 56 left. Tops left after 10.
Game shot.
Nothing
third
left
leg.
after 11. His
Mike
best
Warburton.
leg of the week. And the best leg of the week by anybody. Niall's had an 11. Warby's now got one too. And he's 3-0 up. This is good news for the chasing pack.
Fourth leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
So Beveridge was 2-0 up and lost 4-2 in match 4. Jamie Clark was 3-0 up
100.
and eventually had to win a 7th leg just to get the win. Niall Culleton is playing his best match of the day, average-wise, and has had 1 shot at double and is 3-0 down. Welcome to darts, everybody. It's like trying to do a jigsaw puzzle
43.
sometimes with your eyes shut. Trying to figure this game out.
$140.
But when you think about that analogy, it's not impossible. It's just a lot harder. Can't play darts with your eyes shut. You can, but you wouldn't be that good.
180.
That is a second 180 of the match for Warby. That's a first for Culleton. This game has gone white hot all of a sudden.
$60. Niall, you require
Can he
41.
answer an 11 darter with an 11 himself? Double top.
Game
Yes, he
shot
can.
Fourth leg.
What a period of
Culleton.
play from these two. They are delivering 22 darts for 2 legs. We've had legs this week that have taken more than that for just the one. But this is good stuff. Warby's still in charge at 3-1.
Fifth leg, it's Niall to throw first. Game on.
Well,
121.
if Niall is going to lose to one of his challengers, just keep it tight. Keep it to the one leg, or even two. That won't damage your leg difference too much.
96.
But if he can somehow
99.
win this match, he will ensure that Mike Warburton cannot overtake him. It will be a mathematical certainty
60.
that Warby's playing tomorrow. And it'll be very close to Darren Beveridge being
140.
assured of playing tomorrow as well. This is a big match for Culleton. The way he's responded since going 3-0 down is quite extraordinary.
140. Niall, you require 141.
6 starts from here as well. And he's averaging 101 all of a sudden. Double 12.
117.
That would have been some blitz from the two players there. 11, 11, 12 it could have been. 11, 11, 13 is still possible.
59.
35 darts for 3
Niall,
legs
you require
is
24.
in very elite company. And
Games
that
on
is
the
what it
fifth
is.
leg. Niall
These two
Culleton.
are starting to deliver the best game of the week standard-wise. Just let this continue. Just sit back and enjoy, because we don't do legs over 5 visits in this match so far, it looks like.
Sixth leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
Here we go again.
180.
I know I'm not about to start singing a Whitesnake song. That is a third 180 for Warby.
40.
So if you've had a little punt on Warburton, getting most 180s, currently you're sitting pretty. If indeed you are choosing to have a gamble today, please do so responsibly. Over 18s only, and
100.
begambleaware.org for more information. Average of 98 currently for Warby. 100 and change for this man, but he's just closed the gap in the 180s. You're on the edge of your seat if you're on that stat. What a great game. What a great game.
140.
And he is now 81 away from victory. And this would be huge news. Oh, 3 180s each now.
180. Mike, you require
What
81.
defiance from Culleton. 12 and Bull. Bullseye's already hit it
56.
and has not hit it this time.
Niall, you
I think they're
require
both enjoying this
101.
game. I know I am. He can't find the 101 to take us to leg
49.
7. It's still a possibility,
require
but he needs
25.
errors. He needs more missed darts for the match. 2 of them.
9.
And he gets the misses. Well, well,
Niall, you
well.
require 52.
Double top.
Game
It's in.
show on the sixth flag.
3-3. And I said
Niall
earlier, if
Culleton.
he is going to lose tight. Well, that's the worst case scenario now. He was 3-0 down. And for the second match in a row, we are going to the 7th leg after someone's been 3-0 up.
7th and final leg, it's Niall to throw first. Game on. $58.
103 average for Culleton. 95 for Warburton. That has come down over the last couple of legs. Purely because of Culleton. But this match
140.
could be in the books. It could be done and dusted.
100.
Shot at the bull. 2 at double 8. All 3 of them were close. They were all well thrown. But they weren't in.
45.
I'm starting to think this change of flight colour
41.
Culleton was a stroke of genius. But Warby's got the darts.
100.
He's used them somewhat. And this is where Culleton's got to be mathematically astute. And he is. 60 needed.
92.
60 he doesn't get, but he's back in touch. I'm still trying to figure out why he was going 2 treble 20s for double 2 earlier. I'll have to ask him at some point.
60.
That has really perplexed me. The funny thing is, the way this match has gone, it might have cost him that one shot.
60. Mike, you require 156.
Down to the wire we go. And he's really got to stay there.
60.
He was forced to
Niall,
stay
you
there.
require 150.
Is Warburton about to lose from 3-0 up? We're not going to find out at this visit.
41.
Oh, that's a bad last dart.
Mike, you require
He stays
96.
in 3 dart range as opposed to 2 dart range. Where does he go? Well, he went for the 60.
56.
And now he has to rely on Culleton missing this.
Niall, you require 109.
This is his first match-winning chance. Treble 19. He doesn't get a match dart.
70.
So Warburton's done everything right in this match. He has given himself
49.
multiple match darts in
Mike, you
multiple
require
legs.
40.
And Niall's had none. That's how you beat people. And it's match dart number 6 that gets him over the line.
Warburton.
What an encapsulating encounter from both players who deserve a lot of credit for all 7 legs played. Some extraordinary darts at times. You saw the average there for Niall Culleton, a losing average in the end of 95. Only 90 for Warburton, but that does not tell the story of that game. I might have to watch that one again a little bit later. But it's a favour that Jamie Clark and some others really, really needed as Niall Culleton stumbles for the first time. Jamie Clark is coming back against Darren Beveridge in the next match, so do not go anywhere. Things are getting very interesting, aren't they? Because now, with Niall Culleton losing that match, he really does invite people in. With Jamie Clark now playing against Darren Beveridge, he has a chance to equalise the same points total. Can he do so? Really, really looking forward to this match. Off the back of the last one, of course, because the adrenaline is still pumping for me. That was Warby's first win against Culleton this week. As far as the head-to-head record between these two, it's 1-1. On Monday, it was a very commanding 4-0 win for Beveridge. But things were flipped
Okay,
around
first against
yesterday
Darren to throw first.
as Jamie
Game
won
on.
by 4 legs to 1. However, that was the very first
41.
win this year for Jamie Clark over Beveridge. So that was a bit of trend booking. But the person with
100.
more points in Group A out of these two is Clark right now. If he finds
60.
his second win over Beveridge this year, he will then equalise Culleton's mark of 18 points, but he will still remain in second spot because of the leg difference.
97.
It's been as much as 16 legs difference in that particular column.
140.
It's down to 13 now. Still a lot, but it's not as bad as it was.
57.
What we can also say is that Mike Warburton, by winning that match against
100.
Niall, has kept himself in with the slim chance of getting through this group. His leg difference is even worse, though. That's the thing that's possibly going to kill his chances.
137. Darren, you require 160.
But here's another 160 chance. Seems like we're getting one of these every single match.
60. Jamie, require 110.
It feels like this game has been playing in fast forward compared to some of the other matches we've seen today. Double 18.
Game shot on the
She
first
goes,
leg.
and Jamie Clark starts this one strongly with a break of throw and a ton plus checkout in 15 darts. So he has laid down a bit of a marker here. You get the feeling that he really does fancy the chance now of getting to top spot
Second
in this
leg,
group.
it's Jamie to throw first. Game on.
Of these three
60.
players from Scotland, you'd have to say that most of the headlines have gone to Beveridge and to Richie so far. They've had the better win percentages. They've had the better performances.
91.
Jamie Clark is maybe sick of being a bit part player. Maybe it's time for him to
100.
have his own little slice. Best time to do it is when the Online Darts Live League is offering
58.
a little bit of a carrot at the end of the rainbow. That carrot is worth £5,000.
100.
In order to have a chance at that prize, you've got to get in Champions Week first.
100.
So far, so good. But getting 3-0 up, or 2-0 up,
91.
over the last 3 games, it's been no guarantee of success.
60.
We saw Beveridge
Jamie
2-0 up
Maguire,
against Paul Holloway.
150.
He lost 4-2. Jamie Clark was 3-0 up. He only won 4-3.
54.
The same happened to Mike Warburton in the last match. If in doubt, just win 4-0.
60.
That's the simplistic view.
Jamie require 96.
Double 18 again.
Game show on the
Just
second
keep
leg.
leaving it, Jamie. This time
Clark.
it's an 18 darter. It's a really good hold to emulsify what happened in the first leg. So he's 2-0 up again. Can he kick on from here?
Third leg, it's Darren to throw first. Game on.
I don't think I've ever used that word to categorise a hold after a break. Emulsify.
180.
What we saw right there from Darren Beveridge, though, was a little bit of vocalisation.
96.
I think he's had enough of just playing it ice cold. He's going to turn the heat up now. I really
100.
do want to see what Darren Beveridge has got when the pressure's on. I don't just mean about his darts. I'm talking about what he
59.
offers visually. I think he's got some animation inside him. I think he's got some fist pumps and things like that. That chiseled jaw of his is starting to
140.
clench a bit more. I'm reading his body language and he's tensing up a bit. And it is helping his game.
100. Darren, you require 81.
Treble 10. Well, 56 left now.
33.
And even though he is 198 ahead, he'll still not be happy with missing that single.
99. Darren, you require 48.
What he's got to do is reverse what happened to him in game number 4.
16. Jamie require 147.
If Jamie Clark does hit this, Darren's going to feel bruised. Still possible. And he almost got a third shot at double 18
91.
in this match.
Darren, you require 32.
Double
James
16
on the
is
third
good
leg.
though. And Beveridge
Beveridge
gets his own hold to get his own foundation in this match. It's not been easy. He's had to dice with death a little bit as Jamie Clark has been the better player. But what will happen in leg 4? Let's find out.
Fourth leg, it's Jamie to throw first. Game on. $81.
Regardless of what happens in this group, the 3 Scottish players will be split up.
140.
Greg Richie is most definitely playing in Group C tomorrow with Paul Holloway.
134.
As to who will join them, it could still be either Beveridge, Clark or Warburton.
140.
We know for a fact that Niall Culleton, if he doesn't win this group, will be in Group B.
58.
But with the way he played in his last match, averaging 95.6 and losing, he's going to eye up that game with Greg Richie in match 9 as a way of getting to 20 points and ensuring that catching him is a lot harder than it should be.
140.
They're
Darren, you
still
require
waiting for
164.
mistakes from Culleton. But this match, for Darren, he knows if he
32.
doesn't win it,
Jamie require
that's
88.
that. Bullseye.
63.
And now this 1-3-2,
Darren, you require 132.
this would galvanise his chance. That doesn't help.
40. Jamie required 25.
Will he get one more mistake from Jamie? Oh,
No
there
score.
is the mistake. I don't
you
think he
require
knew
92.
exactly what he wanted to do, whether it was 988 or 1 for double 12. He was caught in two minds. And as a result, he lost focus. And no double 18
56.
with the first start. He
Jamie
manages to get the
requires
second one.
25.
This time he changes the tactic and gets it right. Just proof that you need to think about what you're doing before you do it. A really
Game
forceful
shot
shot
on
at
the
double
fourth
4
leg.
as well. And Jamie
Jamie
Clark
Clark.
is one leg away from equalising Niall Culleton at the top of the table on 18 points. We'll worry about the leg difference a little bit later, but Jamie Clark is 3-1 up.
Fifth leg, it's Darren to throw first.
Penny for the thoughts of Beveridge.
Game on. $60.
I have to say that almost angry look on his face, it suits him. Looks like someone who has dropped a 20 quid note and found a pound.
140. $100.
Not over yet though. Last few matches have all been quite dramatic from dominant positions. Jamie does not want that.
180.
If he stands any chance of topping this table, a 4-1 victory would get his leg difference
60.
to plus 10. Don't underestimate as well
100.
the fact that Jamie Clark is the only undefeated player today. We've already seen this week from Darren Beveridge and from Niall Culleton the possibility of being undefeated on the day. 44 left, he is right. Leaves himself on double 16 when he returns for a very valuable win.
$96.
With only 2 matches remaining,
32.
it looks like Beveridge is out. He is. Jamie Clark is very much alive. A huge, huge win for him. He beats Darren Beveridge for the 2nd day in succession. And you can see why right there. 89.6, 57% with a high check-out of 110 in leg 1. He was the better player throughout. You will see more of Darren Beveridge tomorrow and on Friday. But Jamie Clark, he's level with Culleton at 18 points at the top. Paul Holloway comes back to the board now. And Mike Warburton, who won 4-3 in his last match, will be riding a bit of confidence. Warburton is 4 points adrift of the 2 leaders at the top of the table now. If he gets to 16 points after this, anything is possible in the second half of play. So a must-win game here for the man from Wrexham. That's his first problem. His second problem is that he is 19 legs adrift of the leg difference of Niall Culleton, who he has just defeated by 4 legs to 3. Niall returns in the next match against Greg Richie. Now, if Warby wins this and gets within 2 points of Clark and Culleton, he will be relying on Greg for a huge, huge turn. A fascinating time coming in the middle portion of today. This is the sandwich match. No, it doesn't mean you can go and get a sandwich, but you can if you like. It's almost 10 to 12 here in the UK. Almost lunchtime.
Like it's Paul to throw first.
But this is the middle match.
Game on.
This is the middle stump. Is Paul Holloway going to stump up another shock? He's already delivered one in disposing of Darren Beveridge
60.
by 4 legs to 2 in match 4. I have to give Paul Holloway a lot of props for the way he played in that match. He was 2-0 down and won the next 4.
140.
He put in his best Online Darts Live League performance, an average of 88.08 and a high check-out of 102. It was a big improvement on what we've seen from him previously.
138.
But with all due respect to Paul, this match is all about Warby.
140.
It's all about what he can do. I will say that mathematically, he can still get through. But as far as the percentages, concerned
95.
of how much he can get through. I'd have to say about between 15 and 20%. It's all about that leg difference. It's such a big margin.
26.
Last couple of days I've talked about the shirts of Warby looking like a one-word word search.
81.
The more I look at it, the more I like it, actually. I'm not one for emblazoned shirts, but what I am a fan of is making a dart shirt your own.
45.
If you put that dart shirt on any other player,
27.
they couldn't make it their own. That's quintessentially Mike's. 17 for Bull. All that for double 8. He's been scaring a few of these today. He's already missed a 136 on double 8.
111.
How much damage is Holloway going to do today? If he takes out Beveridge and takes out
42.
Warburton, and he has Jamie Clark next
16.
in a couple of games' time, bringing him in today with the withdrawal of Robert Owen, it'll be seismic.
8.
Now Warby's got to find this 108 for an early break of throw.
Like you require 108.
Can't get to double 16.
$92.
Already missed 2 at double 4.
All you require 8.
Got to hit it this time. Warburton waiting. Is that too close? Doesn't matter anymore.
Game shot on the
But that is a big
leg.
hit. And he's playing life is like his life depends on it. Fair play to him. He's giving absolutely everything he can today just to try and spoil people's chances. Maybe he enjoys this. I wouldn't blame him. 1-0 up.
Second leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
If we did player interviews after matches, I think it would be fascinating to find out
140.
what Paul Holloway's motivation is today. Just taking the 1-0 lead there on double 2. And he's giving it the old fist pumps and
22.
giving the old gurns and the face twists. I just wonder if he set himself a target today.
140.
Hasn't hit a great deal of 180s in his time playing, but he's hit enough. I think it's fair to say that Warby has not hit enough.
60.
It's been a better leg, but it's getting to the stage now where every leg that Warby loses is damaging
100.
his chance.
Mike, you require 100.
All week long, he has been hanging on by his fingertips. He may need to win this game 4-1 to stand a chance of the top. He's still going to need favours from other people. He might need a favour from Holloway. In fact, he is going to need a favour from Holloway in the next match against Jamie Clark.
100. Mike, you require 96.
If I was a punting fella right now, I'd be putting it on Niall Culleton. But Warby likes double 18.
60.
But not right now.
All you require 139.
Options. Treble 13 maybe. Clickety click left.
83.
That brings him down to a little less than clickety
Mike
click.
require 36.
Double 18 for your first leg of the contest. And a marker. 2 of them.
Game show on the second leg.
It was dart number
Mike
1
Warburton.
that helped that one in, because if those darts weren't there, I get the feeling that one was missing north. But you have to use the darts that are in the board to your advantage, and it is 1-1 now.
Third leg, it's Paul to throw first. Game on. $99.
That match between Warburton and Culleton. I'm still thinking about it. Middle portion of that match, we had 2 11 darters
100.
and a 13 darter back to back to back. That is the hottest spell of darts we've had all week. But then again, Mike Warburton has this knack
100.
of delivering very good games now and again. He had this rivalry with Boris Koltsov last year. Every time they played, it was eventful.
140.
He has an action, when you look at it, you think, what could go wrong? When you look at the action of Holloway, the elbows on the outside of the throw,
180.
you can see some potential pivot problems, but not on that previous visit. And the problem with the last dart,
100.
yes, it hit the 60, but
Paul, you require 122.
if he didn't get the 60, he would have left 162. Still possible, 60 in bull. So yes, Paul is playing
92.
improved darts today.
Mike, you
genuinely
require
is.
161.
But he still has tactical weakness. And as to why he's left double 15, I don't know.
65. Paul, you require 30.
I just get the feeling it's not on purpose. I wouldn't classify Paul as the most tactically sound dart player, just from what I've seen previously and today. But
No score.
just too defensive on double 15. He was too scared of going inside.
Mike, you require 96.
Great chance to break. No chance.
56.
Unless there are more misses. Now, he has an option here of
Paul, you
splitting
require
this
30.
if he wants to go for something else, but I think he's going straight back to it. This time it's
Game
good.
show on the third leg. Paul Holloway.
5 doubles it takes to take double 15, and as to why he left that one, I will have to find out a little bit later, but he is 2-1 up, and he's causing more problems for the chasing pack again.
Fourth leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on. $100.
I know myself and other analysts will go on about counting and tactics all the time, but in a game of millimetres
58.
and a game of very small chances, you have to be astute tactically with numbers, with which sections you go for. And if you make
100.
mistakes, like leaving 162s, 165s, like going 2 treble 20s for double 2 in the case of Niall Culleton earlier, which I still haven't got my head around.
58.
If you lose a leg because of that, I'm sorry, but you don't have anybody to blame but yourself.
$97.
I can't think of a great deal of times in my career where I've made the wrong choice. I may have missed a segment, but I didn't make bad choices. I think the only one that comes to mind
121.
is that I had 80 left with 1 dart in a very key World Championship match, and I went for treble 16 instead of treble 20. And I only got 1 shot at a double, and that cost
60.
me. That's about it. I always prided myself on the fact that I always went for the right shots. Well, Warburton is trying to equalise here, and he's got 6 darts from 144. That one has not worked out the way he planned. And the tighter this game is, the better for Culleton and for Clark.
100.
Just imagine if Culleton loses to Richie next. Just imagine. This group will be wide open then. The right decision, but the wrong execution. Needed a single 14 for Bull.
44.
And if this goes in,
120.
the words cat and pigeons come to mind. Could try and find that 60 bed that
60.
was basically blocked.
Mike, you require 40.
Tops for 2-2.
Game shot on the
In
fourth
she goes.
leg.
A 19-dart hold. And what Mike has got to do from here is find that hot streak that he found against Culleton. He got the points against Niall. If he wants the points against Holloway, he's going to have to find something a little bit more accurate over the course of the next 2 legs.
Pull to throw first. Game on. $57. $59.
I did say in the previous match that Warburton was not pleased with his scoring this week. Judging by what he's done in his career so far in winning events. The first event he won, of course, was the Welsh Open. He, of course, won in the Isle of Man
60.
last year, one of the last ranking events available before lockdowns began. Just goes to show that he has title-winning pedigree.
43.
I think it's fair to say that Paul does not have that yet. They're both in.
140.
He was eyeing up that 180 to get that huge margin. But this is a good job from Warby so far.
60.
And with no trouble there, Warburton's got the darts. This is against the throw. This is your chance.
$100.
Got to get another treble.
100.
Hasn't got room.
Mike, you require 142.
6 darts from here to break the throw. He should be completing this in 6.
90.
And he might well do that. If you're not going to play your best game against someone, just be more competent. Just pick off that odd treble 20 that they aren't.
100.
And this is where you should be really accurate. If you want to be winning this group, these are the shots you need. Take it out in 2 and make yourself feel good. He'll feel very good about that because that's a 17-dart break of throw. And it looks like he can't wait to get back to the hockey. He's going to have to wait a few seconds. But when he does start throwing, he is going to be throwing for a 4-2 win.
6 flag, it's Mike to throw first. Game on. $60. $78.
Here's Holloway running out of tricks. After posting his best average in his last match, he has reverted to type. A running average of 77 before today. And that's exactly what he's averaging here. Warburton's 83 is good enough. But will it remain good enough?
81.
You look at that throw and you think, what could possibly go wrong with it?
25.
Such a beautiful action to watch. But unfortunately for Mike, in this leg, nothing has worked. No big trebles. And he's got plenty on his mind with Holloway finding the lipstick.
100.
Got to get in amongst it now. Every leg lost is good for Culleton.
97.
Well, that 60's blocked. Should go 18s here.
100.
I don't get that dart. And I do not want to be critical. But that dart did not make sense. With those big barrels, those big flights, the only way you can hit that 60 is if you move to the left and try and squeeze it in from that left-hand side. Staying on that 20 was the wrong thing to do. Maybe staying on the 60 was the right thing to do there for a shot at double 11.
80.
But this is for the match. To be the third player this week to hit a 160 checkout. To join Clark and Richie. I think that second one is in.
84.
So Mike will be hoping for a miss here.
62.
But if Holloway hits this, Warburton might not even win the points. Small 12 for tops. That was a bad dart that ended up well.
22.
But now it's in Warburton's hands.
Mike requires 76.
One dart at tops.
36.
Not quite. We had to wait for the call from the referee. Does Holloway
40.
take us to leg 7? Left or right? Well, that's severely covered.
No score.
And he had to go left and missed them all.
Mike, you require 40.
He's had one match dart. Now he gets 3 more. To get to 16 points. Too safe. Too low.
Game
2 in.
the match.
And Warby gets there. It was a bit scruffy at times, but he has got the vital 2 points to remain in the race for the top spot. He is now within 2 of Niall Culleton, who plays next. 79 average for Warburton was good enough in the end. He beat the running average of the man from Essex, so it wasn't his best, but it was good enough. Culleton plays Greg Richie in match 9 now. What can Culleton do in response to his defeat to Warburton? Niall has company on 18 points. And the question in this match against Greg Richie, who is at the foot of the table, is will he stay on 18 points or will he graduate to 20? Let's find out as we go down to the board. He played very, very well against Warburton in match 6, but it wasn't good enough. Yesterday, doesn't seem that far away, does it? Yes, that was a little bit of a joke there. But yesterday, Niall had the best average of the day in his first match. 93.19. Nobody beat that all day long. He's already had the best average of today. But it was a losing average. Now he just needs points to separate himself from Jamie Clark once again.
Game on.
If Greg Richie can come up with a big win here, all of a sudden, Jamie Clark is in. He plays against Paul Holloway next. So let us look at these scenarios. Culleton loses here. Jamie Clark wins the next one. We have a new leader. If Culleton wins this game, he is going to lead into the final third of action. But he's got a little thorn in his side. Jamie Clark's mate is looking to do him a favour. This game has every possibility of being very, very good. And the way it started, I'll have some more of this, please.
97.
We have been starved of a very good Greg Richie performance this week so far. He's due.
81. Greg, you require 139.
He's got plenty of practice behind him. He should be raring to go. 82 left.
72.
Last start was a bit messy.
Now you require 140.
This game is being played at a very
42.
quick pace compared to the last game that we had, which was a bit more deliberate. First blood to Richie, possibly on tops, his favourite double.
47.
And Niall has the chance to break.
Niall, you require 98.
Two double tops.
78.
He almost got them. I thought that wasn't the right way to go.
Greg, you require
but he was looking at that 98 as a 3-dot checkout.
Game
double 10 and Greg Richie holds.
Greg Richie.
Good news for Greg as he's looking for his 6th point of the week. Unbelievably, as we go into the final half of action today, he's only won 2 games this week. Well, if he gets a 3rd, he's throwing the cat amongst the pigeons, that's for sure.
Niall to throw first. Game on. 100.
When Niall has played well, he has played exceptionally well.
140.
But the one thing he has done more than anybody else this week, at number 1 in the table, is he has fought for more points better than everybody.
45.
He's come through those really difficult matches. Even his first match today, where he won 4-2, he did not play well, but he did enough at times.
140.
He has a huge problem right now because Richie is starting to find that treble 20 with regularity. And if he doesn't stay with him,
41.
he could have a problem on his hands. Now, he's currently leading the leg difference by 10 legs. But if Greg keeps going this way,
140.
he has the ability of beating him 4-0. And bringing Niall down to -4 for the game and plus 16 overall.
85. Greg, you require 81.
That really will make things tight. Single 18.
41.
And he leaves tops after 4 visits to get a break.
60.
What are we witnessing
Gregor
here?
required 40.
Are we starting to see the stumble?
Game show on the second leg.
13 darter from Greg
Richie.
Richie, and all of a sudden we're starting to see him play properly. He has not delivered a game like this before this week, but if he keeps delivering that, it might be good enough for 2 points.
Third leg, it's Greg to throw first. Game on.
Averaging 103 so far. And all because the first dart has been better.
60.
That has been his big nemesis this week.
$28.
Well, I'm just trying to figure out why Niall keeps changing flights. He's gone from the black flights to the iridescent stroke
57.
transparent flights back to the black flights. Now, is he changing sets of darts or is he just changing the tops?
133.
I'll have to find out for you. But if he is changing darts, I just can't
60.
figure out why somebody would do that. He's played in this room plenty. He knows what it's all about.
140.
But the last time he changed his flights or his darts, it worked exceptionally well. He started to elevate his performance.
54.
This whole thing about changing darts in a game, it was inconceivable back in the 80s and 90s.
85.
It's becoming more commonplace these days. Of course, it isn't against the rules. But look at that.
180.
Second 180
Now
of the
you're about
match gets him to
150.
90. 60 and bull, the only route left for Niall to take leg 3. And if Richie takes the 90 out,
43. Gregor require
Jamie
90.
Clark will be rubbing his hands. 89 left.
50.
I don't necessarily agree with the bull
Niall,
first
you
shot there.
require 72.
But if he'd hit it, he would have looked like a genius. Double 12.
Game
A
show on
lovely
the third
settler
leg.
for Niall.
Niall Culleton.
And as we all take a collective breath on that one there, we were thinking maybe it was going to be 3-0 to Greg Richie. But Niall has made it closer, and he's now got himself a little foothold in this match at 2-1 down.
Fourth leg, it's Niall to throw first. Game on. 100. $26.
Have we seen the best of Greg Richie in the first couple of legs? Is he about to come down a peg or two?
140.
Well, in stature, it's like David versus Goliath here. Greg is small in stature, but he's full of beans.
58.
When you're around him for a few seconds, you can just tell how much energy he's got. It's quite infectious. As for Niall, he's quite intimidating, as you can tell.
43.
That booming Irish accent. And the look of someone who would grace the middle of a scrum in a rugby team.
57.
You wouldn't want to run into him at speed because he wouldn't move. He's almost got the same build as Darryl Fitton. Looks like he's made of granite.
58.
He's
100.
got nerves of granite.
Niall, you require
this time because
160.
He has stemmed the tide of that explosive start of Richie very, very well.
60.
That's enough for now. Got to stay up top. He has no choice. And now
40.
Niall's 60 in the previous visit.
Niall, you require
Looks even
100.
better. Just another one.
80.
Or you could hit tops and leave double 10. I'm not sure that was intentional, judging by the reaction of Niall after hitting it.
60.
Double 10 to
Niall, you
equalise
require
things up.
20. Game shot on the
Yeah,
fourth
very
leg.
tidy indeed.
Niall Culleton.
19 darts there. And this one being level, it's not just about the points right now, it's about the leg difference. He's making sure that he keeps himself above plus 20, which nobody's going to catch if he keeps getting legs.
Fifth leg, it's Greg to throw first. Game on.
Jamie Clark, in pursuit of Culleton, has only got 2 games left.
26.
The best he can do is 22 points. He is the only undefeated player today.
85.
But he's running out of matches. That is good news for Niall.
55.
And if Niall wins this, he's still got 2 matches and he can get to 24. But it's a lot closer now than it could have been.
36.
We saw from day one, Darren Beveridge opened up a 4-point gap at the top of the table after 1 day. Within 2 matches of Tuesday, that gap was gone. As of now, Darren Beveridge cannot
80.
qualify out of this group. He's only got 2 matches left. And the way the results are going, it's just not going to happen for him.
140.
He can still affect it, though, because he plays Niall Culleton in match 11 today.
55.
With Beveridge only having 2 matches left. And if Culleton gets to 20 in this one, he's out of reach on points as well as leg difference.
125.
The answer from 2-0 down has been excellent from Niall. That helps his cause in leg 5. He is very, very close to being the first person to 20 points this week.
57.
He's by no means
Niall,
safe, though.
40.
Tops.
Game
Yeah,
shot
there it is. And you're starting to hear
Niall
some
Culleton.
vocalization from him now. We got that from Darren Beveridge earlier as he was trying to G himself up. But Niall knows that he's very, very close to another 2 very, very valuable points.
Sixth leg, it's Niall to throw first. Game on. $140.
How important is this result making the next match for Jamie Clark?
45.
Very important is the answer. Because if Niall wins here and maintains that really big leg difference
45.
gap, if Jamie was to lose to Paul Holloway, Culleton would be incredibly close. We'll have to double check that.
136.
He might even be safe. But then again, look at the last match that Culleton and Clark are playing. It's against each other. Another stroke of genius from the schedulers at the Online Darts Live League. Maybe they just
85.
knew that those two were going to go head to head.
66.
There's 66 of that 176 gone. On the first start winning, he was thinking 136 to leave tops. But everything has gone wrong for Greg since he won that second leg in 13 darts. It's the consistency of him this week that really has made him stumble. That's why he's at the foot of the table. At times, he's played excellently.
25.
But it's only been
Niall,
short,
you require
flitting moments.
110.
Treble 18.
54.
He will be back to try and seal this one by 4 legs to 2.
$60. Niall,
If
you
he
require
takes this 56, Mike Warburton is almost out. Double 10.
Game
Big
shot
shot
of
for
the
him.
match.
Another
Niall
2 points.
Culleton.
He got it from 2-0 down as well. So he won 4 straight legs in that match. And he is the first person in Group A to grace 20 points. You can see that his average overall was better. It wasn't in the first couple of legs, but Greg coming down from 103 to 75 in the end, that's where his problems lie. As far as Jamie Clark is concerned, in match 10, he takes on Paul Holloway, and he's got to play catch-up once again. Back comes Jamie Clark, and he knows once again that he needs another win to equalise the points total of his biggest rival, Niall Culleton. If he doesn't win this one, he's going to have to rely on his last match against Culleton a little bit later on. Paul Holloway has been trying to play the spoiler all day long. Could he possibly do it one more time? Well, he will have 2 more matches. He's won 1 and lost 2. Jamie Clark is Mr. Perfect today. And that's what we seem to get this week. 1 different player every day being perfect. Clark is 6 points from 6. Is he about to make it 8 from 8? Now, as far as the daily table is concerned, there are some people out there who will have had a little wager on who wins today in regard of just Wednesday's action.
97.
That table is as such. Clark at the top. You got Culleton second on 4 points. Warburton third on 4 points. And then
41.
Beveridge in 4th. Holloway in 5th. And Richie at the bottom after 3 defeats from 3. So this man right here, second place in Group A right now,
84.
but top of the daily table. Had some questions on social media as to whether
42.
Paul Holloway would inherit the points of Robert Owen, who withdrew last night. The answer is no.
100.
Even if he had, it wouldn't have made any difference. So that's the end of that topic. You don't inherit points here. You just get the points that you earn.
60.
The interesting thing is, if Jamie Clark has been looking at the table after that maximum, which is perfect to leave tops, if he wins this match, leg difference means absolutely
100.
nothing.
Jamie require 40.
Going into his last match means nothing. Tops. Didn't fancy it the first time. Bit of a hesitation.
Game shot on the first leg.
He was right to
Jamie
take a
Clark.
step back, and with the darts, he does find himself a 5-visit leg. He's starting to exude confidence, and that's what winning does. Constantly winning, and he believes he's going to get another win here. I think he might be right.
Second leg, it's Paul to throw first.
So going back to my point
Game on.
at the end of the last leg, I've talked at length about leg difference over the course of the last day and a bit, because Culleton has been streaking away with that.
140.
He's currently on plus 22 to Jamie Clark's plus 10. Now, if the following happens, which is very important for Jamie Clark,
60.
leg difference will be taken out of commission. Niall plays next against Darren Beveridge. Now, if Beveridge wins that match, he
41.
will keep Culleton to 20 points. That's on the provision that Clark wins this. When they play each other in match 13, they will both have 20, and it will be a shootout
34.
for Group A. It will just be that. No leg difference, just a best-of-7 match to see who goes through to Saturday. It's quite a few ifs, but the first part of that puzzle, Jamie Clark winning this match, it's starting to look very likely because he's playing extremely well.
55.
Right now,
Jamie
Niall
Require,
Culleton has taken a bit of a break from
140.
proceedings after getting his 3rd win against Greg Richie of the week. In total, winning 12 legs to 2. 2 4-0s and a 4-2 against a good opponent like Greg. That's a great effort.
100.
Speaking of great efforts,
We require 152.
Jamie Clark leaving tops again. If the 152's missed, it brings a smile to Jamie's face. He won't be smiling in a second. Look at that, and look at what it
Holloway.
means. Spectacular finish there from the man from Essex. And he really is trying to squeeze the lemon today, isn't he? Trying to squeeze everything out of himself. That's the biggest finish you've seen this week, aside from the 160s.
Third leg, it's Jamie to throw first. Game on. $140.
Jamie gave it the old eyebrow flick before that 3rd dart. Just a show of confidence there from the young Scot.
140.
But today, Paul Holloway has been very hard to get rid of. Niall Culleton did not have it all his own way in their match in match 2.
135.
Darren Beveridge lost to Holloway after being 2-0 up.
100.
And it was definitely not easy for Warburton to beat Holloway in match 8, where again it was 4 legs to 2. If you were to offer a result of 4-2
85.
to Jamie Clark right now, he would say, yes, I'll take that. I'll go back to the practice room.
$60.
That 152 was the biggest
Jamie
finish
Require,
today,
141.
but not of the week. Is anybody going to beat a 160?
$89.
He's doing very efficient things, and even when he's not winning a leg, he's still playing well.
$60. Jamie Require 52.
This time he knows that he can't miss this. He's just seen his opponent take out a huge finish. Don't give him a chance at another one. Double 16.
Game shot.
Very, very good indeed. This game is
Jamie
delivering
Clark.
a very good quality. We've seen a couple of 15 darters from Jamie Clark. We've seen a 152 from Holloway to sandwich between the two. What's going to happen next? Leg 4, will you deliver? Let's find out.
Fourth leg, it's Paul to throw first. Game on.
If you are going to be tuning in
58.
tomorrow night to our Group B coverage, which may involve Jamie Clark if he doesn't win this group, we will be joined by Fallon Sherrick, Lee Cox and Paul Hogan. Bit of Crocodile Dundee for Thursday and Friday night. Can't argue with that.
60.
What I usually do with our coverage is get social media involved, talk about certain topics.
140.
So please feel free to get in touch if you have the chance. At the Asset 180 on Twitter, and of course at Darts Live League, which you can see in the bottom right corner of your screen.
140.
Follow the necessary channels if you want to keep up to date with what is happening in the online Darts Live League.
$95. $57.
Just had a question on Twitter actually from
44.
someone I know in Denmark. Daniel is talking about when players play well, they say they're in the zone. I think he wants to know what the zone is. Well, the zone is somewhere where you are incredibly focused.
40.
You're not being bothered by
All you require
exterior
164.
things like noise or distractions. It's the mentality and form bubble that we all strive
60.
for. We call it the zone. I think every world-class player would say that they find their premium zone
40.
maybe once or twice in their life.
All you require 104.
Has to stay up there unless he wants to go treble 16. But previously today, he
61.
has been very, very stubborn on that treble
Maybe you
20.
require 164.
2 treble 19s for Jamie Clark.
45. All you require 43.
Single 11, you would feel. He won't be pleased with that. That leaves double 8. He was going for a 3. And it didn't work
35.
out. Jamie Clark has a great chance now. It
Jamie
hasn't been the
require
best leg,
119.
but he can rescue it right here. Only 2 options, 25 or 19s. 60 tops.
59.
There's been a fair bit of groaning
require
going on in this
8.
leg for Paul Holloway, with some errant shots, and he could win it in 8 visits. He has won it in 8 visits.
Paul Holloway.
I'm just really, really intrigued as to what motivation he has today. Of course, everybody wants to win every game, but he knows he's going to be playing in Group B tomorrow. Group C, I beg your pardon.
Like it's Jamie
But he
to
really
throw
is giving
first.
everything.
Game on.
Just showing a brilliant integrity. And I like to see that. I like to see players that give everything they've got,
59.
whether they're playing for £500,000 or a packet of peanuts. You get the feeling that Paul is one of those players.
41.
Judging by his lifetime earnings in darts, if he was to go on and win the £5,000 in Champions Week,
100.
that would up his lifetime prize money by about 400%.
42.
I mentioned earlier his best effort on the Challenge Tour was the last 16, and that gave him a total of £200. From what I can see, that's his biggest prize haul in a ranked event.
140.
Well, Jamie is in the infancy of his career. He's just gaining experience right now.
84.
And he's played more games in the Online Darts Live League this year than Paul has. He's averaged better. He's hit more doubles. He's hit more 180s.
59.
And that's why, not just on current form, that's why he would have been favourite for this match. But at 2-2, it's anybody's.
81. Jamie require 143.
69 scored.
83.
That squares it up nicely. He's already taken a 60 check out in 2 today. And he will remember that. He's going to be under pressure. And look at the face of Jamie Clark. It's as if to say, leave me alone. That could be useful. Double 10.
40.
Well, the good news is it missed double 15.
We require 113.
Jamie can't shake Paul Holloway off. He's like one of those fuzzy little berries that you get on your jumper when you're next to a tree.
74 left.
People have struggled with the pace against Holloway today because he is a little bit slower.
Jamie required 20.
Double 10. It's
Jamie
there.
on the
3-2 up, and he's
Jamie
working extremely hard right now. The purpose of this game for him is just to get the points. Now, if his mate Darren Beveridge doesn't do him a favour, it's all going to be up to him in the final match, but he's got to get the points here, and 4-2 would be better than 4-3.
Paul to throw first.
I think the leg difference is pretty much out of reach. But let's say Niall does beat Darren Beveridge in the next match. And if he beats him by a certain margin, he might be safe before that head-to-head with Clark. This leg difference is just becoming too much now. He's got to be within 7 or 8.
60.
Right now, it's 12. If he wins 4-2, he goes to plus 12. That's 10 behind. And that would mean that a win for Culleton against Beveridge would make him safe. Because the points couldn't be bettered and the leg difference cannot be bridged. So it's getting very, very urgent.
43.
And it could be one of those days for Jamie where he wins all of his matches and it's still not enough.
81.
The dream number here is 177. Almost gets the dream.
Well, we require 135.
Still an excellent approach. Holloway needs 60 in bull. Watch Jamie's face if he gets to 60.
46.
It's all in your hands. Just now, Jamie. Tops to get to 20 points. To join Culleton again.
Game shot.
Really well done. That's a 14 darter to win 4 legs to 2. He was the better player throughout. He suffered a couple of stumbles there because of the brilliance of Paul Holloway. You see that big checkout of 152. The biggest checkout we've had today by quite some margin. But Jamie Clark with another very stellar performance. He will go for the perfect 10 when he plays Culleton in a few games' time. But first, it's Culleton who plays Beveridge. He could be safe after this game, so let's go to match 10. Match number 11 coming in. I beg your pardon, at the end of the last match. I said it was match 10. We just had match number 10, and the pressure has been put back on to Niall Culleton, who plays now against Darren Beveridge, their penultimate matches of the day. This man has been at the top of the table since the middle part of yesterday. The man he overtook was Darren Beveridge, who is now assured of playing tomorrow and on Friday to try and make his way to Saturday's finals. As it stands, Darren Beveridge is in 4th place in the table. If that remains the same, he will be in the same group as Holloway, Richie.
Okay, first leg it's Niall to throw first.
And the other 3 players that will join them tomorrow AM. And that's Adrian Gray, Conan Whitehead and Dave Parletti.
30.
That is a bit of a side story, because these two who have had 2 battles this week, 1 win each.
43.
Monday was 4-3 to Beveridge in a very, very tough match. 4-2 yesterday to Niall.
100.
But this group could potentially go to the wire if Beveridge gets a
97.
win. One person wants a Beveridge win more than anybody else, and that is Jamie Clark. If that happens, it would mean that Niall versus Jamie in match 13
57.
would be a shootout for Group A. However, because of the leg difference between Culleton and Clark,
85.
any win here for Niall, and he has won Group A. So he has 2 chances to win this group.
134.
In his previous match with Greg,
136.
he really
Darren,
did
you
struggle
require
to a 4-2
170.
win. He won't care if he struggles to another win, because he will be safe. Is Beveridge about to show up
90.
and cause him problems? Double 15. That was a very
78.
aggressive try, and I don't mind that. He's
Darren,
going
you
for
require
it.
36.
Double 18 for Beveridge.
Game shot on
And
the
that is a
first
17-yard
Darren
break of
Beveridge.
throw. It seems very similar to the start against Richie a couple of games ago, where Greg came out of the traps but wasn't able to sustain it. Can Darren Beveridge sustain it the way that Greg could not?
Second leg, it's Darren to throw first. Game on. 140.
Dan Thorne's got in touch on social media.
140.
Mentioning the cash prize at the end. Of course, it is £5,000 for the Champion of Champions at the end of week 5. He's asking if the players get appearance fees. I honestly don't know, Dan.
$85.
Players don't play for free. I know that. In the words of the Joker. If you're good at something, you never do it for free. They're the words of John O'Shea. Someone who I genuinely really wanted to see this year. But
98.
unfortunately, because of restrictions, we have not been able to see him. The chances of Culleton winning Group A will be restricted if he doesn't win this match.
98.
Good leave.
Darren, you require 101.
But it's advantage Beveridge, you feel. Not anymore.
69. Niall,
Nice
you
leave from
require
him.
80.
Surely not looking two tops. Just the one.
Game shot on
In
the
she
second
goes.
leg.
Nice
Niall
little bit
Culleton.
of Darius Labanauskas extension there from the follow through. He's making sure that dart was getting the full extension into the tops. And he has got it. It is 1-1. We're down to a best of 5 scenario. Best of 5
Niall to throw
that would
first.
see
Game on.
Niall Culleton to the win in Group A.
60.
As far as the title for the day is concerned, Jamie Clark is in command of that. 4 wins from 4.
140.
He can be caught, but only if he loses his last match.
140.
It'll be stark consolation if Jamie Clark wins all 5 matches today and still can't qualify. That will be
83.
not cruel, because, of course, Group A is about 3 days of action. It's not just about the Wednesday. It'll be just well done, Niall.
100.
Put himself in an unassailable position, and he protected it really well. But we're not there yet.
60.
But look what's happened. After getting that perfect start,
100.
Niall is starting to punch a bit heavier.
$140. Niall, you require
These two
101.
really do fit. It's a very good match. Tops,
61.
and they're jousting
Darren,
really
you
well.
require
Backwards and
78.
forwards, backwards and forwards. One dot at tops, this time for Beveridge from the left.
38.
Oh, that was a wire clipper. You
Niall,
heard
require
the clip
40.
of the steel. Double 10.
Game shot on the
And there
third
you have
leg.
the definitive
Niall
sound
Culleton.
of a dart hitting a nice piece of red sisal. It's 2-1 to Niall Culleton now, and he is only 2 legs away from winning this group and getting himself into the finals for week 3.
Fourth leg, it's Darren to throw first. Game on.
The ability to respond from behind.
91.
2-0 down to Richie. He won 4-2. 1-0 down to Beveridge. He's now 2-1 up.
140.
I think what we're seeing with this guy is resilience. He has plenty of it. It is a great quality to have as a dart player,
60.
because it's a sport that you can't perfect. You are going to miss. You are going to lose.
140.
You have to respond to those two things. And for me, Culleton is the kind of player who can take a punch. He can take a disappointment and flip it
59.
around. Seems to be scoring at will now.
100.
And after changing his flights a couple of times, or even changing darts, I'm still not sure what he did. It's proven to be the right thing to do.
81. Niall, you require 121.
6 darts from here.
57.
Not too much distress about it. A little glance over his left shoulder there to see where Darren is. And when you're hearing the referee say
100.
nothing before their visit, it's
Niall,
a good
you
sign.
requires 64.
He'll hear something if he misses this. But he
Game
has
shot
not
on
missed
fourth
it.
leg.
3-1
Niall Culleton.
after being 1-0 down, and he is 1 leg away from winning this group. He has been the better player over the course of the last couple of days. The most consistent overall, but it's only 501 points that separate him from the
Niall
title.
to throw first. Game on.
It'll
100.
be really interesting to see his reaction if he does win this game. He may not even know that he's safe.
60.
He may think that he might have to win this game and the next game.
85.
But that leg difference from yesterday, it was just massive. Over the whole of Tuesday, he had plus 13.
97.
And in correlation to that, let's look at what Darren Beveridge got on Monday when he won all 5 games, like Niall did
125.
yesterday. He had plus 12. So he did better than Darren. That's better from Darren.
180.
And it was needed. Oh, that last
81.
dart. What a save.
Darren, you require 164.
What a save for that visit. And now he is 1 visit away from winning the group.
100. Niall, you require 110.
4 more matches will come after this. But it's double 15.
95.
And he's missed in the same spot as earlier.
Darren,
And he
you
was on a
require
90 check
63.
out. Niall's just taken the 64 out.
56.
But Darren can't.
Niall,
So
you
one
require
group winning dart
50.
has come and gone. He's going to get 2 more.
Game
Really,
shot
really
and a
well done
match.
to Niall Culleton.
Niall Culleton.
He's done enough, and it doesn't matter what Jamie Clark does against him in their last game of the day. Culleton is safe and is now in the finals on Saturday on leg difference or on points. You can see that he responded brilliantly after going 1-0 down, and the 92 average, his best winning average of the day, came at the vital time. Into the next one, it is Greg Richie and Mike Warburton, and they're all playing for position. Greg will play in Group C tomorrow. As for Warby, we're about to find out. Position now. We know that Greg Richie is at the foot of the table, so his fate is sealed. But will he have Mike Warburton in the same group as him tomorrow? Let's have a little look at the situation in the table to see what is possible for Mike. We know that he can't win the group, so he's not going to add to his Group A title from Phase 1. What we can say is that Niall has won this Group A. Many congratulations to him. He's only got a 2-point gap between himself and his next opponent, but a 13-leg gap. It can't be bridged. The only thing you can flip around with one match is 8 legs. 13 can't be done. So Culleton is through. Who's going to join him? Well, currently, Mike Warburton is in 3rd place in the table.
Game on.
If he can maintain that, or even get close to 2nd, which is still possible, he will play tomorrow night, not
100.
tomorrow during the day in the same group as Greg.
$58.
You've just seen the best winning average of the day in the most important match of the day from Niall, 92.33. 50% on his doubles
96.
was incredibly impressive considering the pressure he was under.
$134.
The challenge of Darren Beveridge to Mike's position in the top 3, it could be unassailable if he wins this match.
140.
A win here for Warby, and we will have our top 3. Everybody will have a home for tomorrow.
99.
Whether it's in the finals, in Group A, Group B, or Group C, of course. So there is something on this match. If he's not able to get the win against Greg, he still has a game against Beveridge in match 15. And that could well be for the top 3.
60.
First and foremost,
Mike, you required 28.
double 14. Been a very good scoring leg from Mike.
Game shot.
And a very good finishing leg. Starts with a 13 darter. He needed a bit more of that earlier. And now that he knows that he can't get through this group, he may just relax a little bit. And we might see that from all of the players in the last 4 matches of the day.
Second leg, it's Greg to throw first. Game on. $140.
Just looking at the points total of Darren Beveridge right here.
140.
It's a mark of how things have changed since Monday. He had the perfect Monday, 10 points, and since then he's only won 2 games.
81.
He can forget about that now. And the good thing about everybody knowing that they're playing again tomorrow is they can scratch all of their points and their performances from earlier in the week and can start again against fresh opponents.
$60.
Greg sticking on the 20s, and he was forced to, really.
$60.
I think Mike's motivation has to be to cling on to the top 3. If you're offered the chance of playing in Group B, where there's 5 players and 3 places in the finals up for grabs,
60.
You have to say that that's easier than getting 2 spots from 6 in Group C. That's the benefit of making the top 3 in Group A.
81.
Give yourself the best chance of making the finals.
You
don't have to win groups. You just have to make the top 3 of the week. by getting to the finals. And then you can go and play your best darts in
81.
Champions Week in week 5.
Mike, you require
That's where
160.
the best prize is. The amount of times I've seen players leave 160 today, I've never seen anything like it.
Greg, you require 79.
It's almost like it's destined to be hit today, like it was yesterday with the last 3 darts of the day. Double 11 for Greg.
Game shot on the second leg.
That is very, very good
Richie.
indeed. He equalises at 1 leg all. And there's been no pressure on Greg all day long, but he hasn't got one victory today, and his motivation is to just try and get points.
Third leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on. $100.
I wonder what weird and wonderful shirts Warby's packed in his suitcase for the eventuality of Thursday and Friday. Yesterday, the colour combination is like nothing I've seen since the heyday of the awful Andy Hamilton shirts.
100.
Meant with all humour, Andy. Because I was never really a big fan of the blue and mustard shirt.
100.
I've seen some incredible clothing over the years. I myself have worn some absolute shockers.
100.
I don't think anybody's worn a pair of trousers as striking as the Peter Everson pants. If you've never seen those, see if you can
95.
get on a search engine and find the Fen Tiger trousers. They were a thing of beauty. Of course, Peter Wright has taken darts trousers to another level.
100.
But that's somewhat the norm these days. And the norm here at the Online Darts Live League is the plain black trousers, which used to be the rule, of course.
58. Mike, you require 101.
Looking for 101 to finish off a 15 darter, and he might just do so on double 12.
89. Greg, you require 148.
You can see from Mike's demeanour that he's just lost a little bit of urgency because he now knows he can't qualify. That dart has been the plague of his week.
100.
Just coming up short.
Mike, you require 12.
Double 6.
Game shot.
Just about in the corner.
Mike
As
Warburton.
Warburton finds his way to 2-1. He is not far away from booking his place in tomorrow night's session. And if he can find those 2 legs, he will play in a 5-person group and not a 6-person group.
Fourth leg, it's Greg to throw first. Game on.
As for tomorrow night, you will see more of Paul Hogan. We haven't seen him since week 2 of phase 1.
81.
Where he went through to the finals, but did not win week 2. That belonged to Chaz Barstow. And for quite a while, Paul Hogan was the only person to have actually beaten Chaz Barstow. You'll see more of Lee Cox. We saw him in week number 3.
60.
And Fallon Sherrick we will see as well. Some people have asked me why Fallon Sherrick is returning. Well, of course, she has had a chance already.
42.
But as this is an amateur tournament, we still are bound by people and their responsibilities. Fallon's available, so she's given a chance.
140.
Very much like Paul Holloway. He wasn't in. He was given the chance today because of the withdrawal of Robert Owen. Do you guys remember the 1992 European Championship when Denmark weren't even in it? then Yugoslavia were disqualified, Denmark were given a chance, and they won the tournament.
57.
Someone could do the same here. Needs another. Gets another.
139.
Almost gets the perfect approach.
Mikey requires 64.
We've seen this taken in the last match. He's not far away from guaranteeing a top 3 spot now. That's in. Very clean.
Mike Warburton.
Starting to play like he can. But unfortunately, over the course of the last 3 days, we haven't seen enough consistency from Mike to get him towards the top 2. But he's very close to the top 3 spot.
Fifth leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
If Mike does get the top 3, Darren Beveridge will return with Greg
100
to play tomorrow. Inconceivable, really, when you think Beveridge was the leader after day 1. To think that he would
58.
plummet to earth, really, after 5 straight wins on Monday. If you'd have said that to me, I would have not believed you.
140.
But this is a marathon, not a sprint. Group A. It's very intricate. There is one other thing on the line, though, in the final
45.
matches for everybody today, and that is the daily title. If Culleton wins that game against Jamie Clark, he will win his 2nd consecutive daily title
100.
and rob Jamie Clark of the perfect day. That comes in game 14. Actually, no, that comes next. I do beg your pardon.
68.
Greg will play Paul Holloway in match 14, and we will finish
Mike
up
require
with
161.
Darren Beveridge against Warby. He's got a bucket full of darts here to finish the job. That's a great dart. That one is just as good. He's played exceptionally well in this match, and he's just about, I say that somewhat hesitantly, he's just about to have the best performance of the day.
Mikey required 24.
We just had that from Niall Culleton, averaging 92.33, but this is much better.
Game
Much
shot
better
of the
indeed.
match.
And
Mike
lots of
Warburton.
legs there, under 15 darts. And that will give him a very healthy average and a really nice confidence boost going into his last match with Beveridge. He has sealed up a top 3 spot now, but there you can see a 99.12 average. A high checkout of 64, but the checkout percentage of 50 is excellent. Not as good as Greg's, but he only got 1 chance. So, Beveridge and Warburton will go head-to-head in the final match. But for the daily title, it is match number 13, and that's coming next. Culleton Clark is coming. had 3 better players all the way through today. It has been Warburton, it has been Culleton, the winner of Group A, and of course, Jamie Clark, who will now throw against Culleton, the champ of Group A, to see if he can get the perfect 10 points for the day. I wouldn't be surprised if Jamie was feeling a little bit flat. The news will have fed through that he cannot win this group. He's done so well today to challenge Niall, but Niall has done enough. That leg difference really has been in his back pocket for the last 24 hours. It currently sits at plus 25 with his 22 points from the group. And I said on Monday morning that if you get to 22 points, you might be safe. He's proved me right. But Jamie Clark can still get to 22 points.
Game on. $45.
If he wins this match, he will finish the day on 10. And Culleton will finish the day on 6. But if Niall wins,
39.
He will get the daily title by the merest of margins.
$95.
It's conceivable that he could finish the day on 8 points, the same as Mike Warburton if he beats Darren Beveridge. On the same leg difference. So, we'll come back to that at some point. But these two have jousted all week.
42.
I've just seen a 3rd consecutive victory for Warby over Greg Richie. So he's won that head-to-head quite handsomely. I've just seen another 180 from Jamie Clark. He has been the best 180 hitter this week now. But these two have got 1 win each against each other. 4-3 to Clark on Monday. 4-1 to Niall yesterday.
$78.
And I get the feeling this one's going to be quite fast-paced.
$100.
Yeah, they're not going to hang around.
Jamie require 104.
I think that's going to suit both of their games. They've had a few matches today which have been a bit slower. But it's double 16.
72.
And that treble
Niall
18 bed might
94.
be what Niall looks at now. Oh, he's gone the 25 route. Well, that leaves 2 double tops.
54.
It really does keep me guessing with
Jamie
the finishing.
32.
Changes tactics all the time. Jamie Clark bags the first leg in the top corner of double 8. So if he can find 3 more, he will be at the summit of the daily table, similar to Beveridge and Culleton from yesterday. First job done.
Second leg, it's Jamie to throw first. Game on. $100.
I wonder what these 3 Scottish lads from this group are going to be doing when England plays Scotland next week.
41.
Will they be donning their Scotland shirts? Wishing ill on the English? Well,
140.
Days like that next week don't come along very often. 25 years since England played Scotland in a major tournament. And everybody who was my age remembers where they were when England played Scotland at Euro 96.
79.
We have got plenty of representation in Champions Week already.
80.
And every single player so far is English. So the
41.
likelihood of an English champion in week 5. Well, it's currently 50% at least, because we have 6 more players to put in.
Jamie, you require 140.
There's no guarantee, of course, that Niall will get through Saturday night's finals. You'll have to join us to find out.
49.
What you're seeing in this match is Niall underperforming because maybe when the adrenaline stops pumping, you have to manufacture a little bit more from somewhere, and it seems to have dissipated.
83. Jamie required 92.
Plenty of darts for 92. Single 12, surely.
52.
Yeah, single 20 was blocked. No point stepping a yard to your left and figuring out a way to bust your score, which he has done a couple of times this week. The best thing to do is to leave something else.
Jamie required 40.
And he's still got 6 darts.
And
that's a dart he's been really good at today, but not on this occasion. Putting that guide on the outside of double 10 and glancing it in. He's just wafting his shirt a little bit. Is he feeling the heat a little bit? It has been very hot.
83.
Here at Online Darts Live League over the last couple of days. Haven't seen him in double 5 territory much.
On the second leg.
But he has got 2 legs on the board. He's got a break and a hold. If he can repeat that trick, he may find his way to a 4-0 victory. It's just a shame that he can't win the group, even with a 4-0 victory.
Third leg, it's Niall to throw.
Now, let's say he does win 4-0.
Game on.
Just play around with the numbers a little bit. Jamie would get to 22 points, the same as Niall. And his leg difference would go to plus 16.
43.
Niall's would go down to plus 21. So there will be a difference of 5.
131.
So not that close. But what Jamie's trying to do with a 4-0 is emulate exactly what Darren Beveridge did on Monday. Win 10 points with a leg difference of plus 12.
140.
And as the week has gone on, I firmly believe that Jamie Clark's throw has improved. He's starting to throw with more purchase.
60.
That shoulder's not involved as much as it was on Monday. He is going to be a threat in Group B.
60.
He'll be there with Warby. He'll be there with Sherrick, Lee Cox and Hogan. It's going to be a very interesting group.
28.
And Niall
Jamie
definitely
170.
has lost his adrenaline.
$96.
Niall's only averaging 70 after having a best performance of the day at the time in match 11.
121. Jamie requires 74.
For a 3-0 lead. Double 16. That one made him think. That one was profitable.
Third leg.
That was a very good dart because the flight was in the way. He threw it very hard, very high, and earlier in the day he hit 2 double 8s for 32. Well, this time he measured it perfectly. 3-0.
Fourth leg, it's Jamie to throw first.
I sincerely hope.
Game on.
I have to say this at this juncture. I sincerely hope that Niall doesn't think he has to win this match.
60.
Imagine the stress he's under right now if that's the case. The practice room is roughly 25 steps from the playing arena. Good news and bad news tends to travel fast here at the Online Darts Live League. I can't imagine that Niall
59.
is aware that this is for the Group A title. He will know. 99.9999% he will know.
60.
But there are some players who put earphones in and they don't want to speak to others and they just want to do their own thing.
40.
I remember back at the 2000 apparently.
85.
I can imagine someone doing that in the 80s with a Walkman on, listening to a bit of Europe or a little bit of Bon Jovi. They would have been looked at as very strange.
97.
One more mistake from Niall, and Jamie will be in for a 4-0.
96.
If Niall wants the daily title, he's going to have to win all 4 legs from here.
41.
But that was probably
Niall
one of Jamie's worst throws
160.
all day long. That looked very tired.
60.
When an arm gets tired, you start to hit the low sections.
58.
The small 20.
Niall, you require
The
100.
big 19. He's going to have to rely
60.
on Clark missing the 146 now
Jamie,
to
you
get a
require
shot at that tops.
46.
Because he hasn't had a shot at a double all game long.
94. Niall, you require 40.
Tops for your first leg of the match. Now he needs a different double. Bounce it in. Oh, it didn't bounce enough. Well, well, well. We have
Jamie
not
require
had
52.
a 4-0 all day. We might get one now.
36.
We might not. 2 match darts have been missed.
Niall, you require 38.
Judging by the way his darts sit in the board, going for double 19 is quite a prudent plan, but he has decided to go for it. But one more dart to save the match.
Game
And he
shot on the
finds
fourth
double
leg.
8.
Niall Culleton.
Somewhat ironic celebration there from the big man from Ireland, who has won the group, and he's won himself the first leg, so he's guaranteed that he's not going to be bageled today. Is anyone? You'll have to stay with us to find out as we go into leg number 5.
Fifth leg, it's Niall to throw first. Game on.
I would not be shocked to see Niall turn this around, because Jamie looked like he was flagging a little bit at the end of the last leg.
97.
He was almost hoping that last double to go in after 14 and a half matches played this week. You start to see him in the background,
85.
just moving his arms and his shoulders around, just trying to get a bit of freedom. And he's starting to hit that small 20 more often than he was before.
44. 60.
And Niall won't want to lose this match. He'll want to go through with 24 points. That will give him a record in Group A of 12 wins and 3 losses. That's very impressive. It's not a record, though. The record belongs to Warby. He got 13 wins from 15 in Group A back in Phase 1. I'm not sure that is going to be beaten
116
by anybody. That's quite an incredible record. To only lose 2 best-of-7 matches over the course of 3 days. Absolutely brilliant effort. But Niall really wants to get to 12.
43.
Jamie Clark's throw is starting to break down. Double three.
21.
Oh, that's a disaster. That was a bit of stay in rhythm and hope one of them goes in. And he's left himself on 1-1-1.
60.
Sensible. Going back to the 20s
Niall,
there.
require 3.
The smallest 2-dart checkout on the board.
No score.
And 167 is exactly 1/3 of
Jamie
501. So it'll be some
167.
way to finish. And there it is again, that small 20.
43. Niall, you require 3.
If at first you don't succeed, try again.
Game show on the 5th
In she
leg.
goes.
Niall
And
Culleton.
that is 2 legs in a row after being 3-0 down. So this match is very much alive. We're about to go into leg 6. And Culleton's dreams of winning 12 games from 15. Very much on.
6th leg, it's Jamie to throw first. Game on.
Just watch out for this first dart. Small 20. The perfect sign of a tired arm. I've said it 2 or 3 times already.
34.
But if you are a player who throws like Jamie Clark and you want to recognise something that is going
100.
wrong, always watch out for where your first dart is landing.
97.
What he's trying to do here is speed things up because he's been thinking a lot about what he's doing the last couple of legs. He's trying to be a bit more organic.
100.
And by that I mean not spraying himself in pesticides. I mean just playing normally instead of thinking too much. And it seems to be working.
140.
It definitely is.
$41.
Not far away
Jamie, you
from
require
a 5th win today.
130.
And to book a place in Group B after a perfect day. That will do his
90.
confidence a lot of good going into a tough group. He will be one to watch. And it'll be a different atmosphere playing at
100.
night
Jamie,
tomorrow.
require 40.
This could be his last dart of the group. And it's there.
Shot down the match.
Jamie Clark
Jamie
finishes
Clark.
his last game 4 legs to 2 against Niall Culleton. And I really do hope that Niall knows that he's safe. He didn't look like someone who knew that he was safe. But a 74 average was good enough to finish the job for the day for Jamie Clark. 10 points from 10, but ultimately it's not enough to get through. Greg Richie is still looking for his first win of the day, and he might just get it against Paul Holloway if he can muster up some good darts. Only one player hasn't won a match today, and that is the wee man from Scotland, Greg Richie. He's up against Paul Holloway, our substitute player today, who is stepping in for Robert Owen. But he has won a match. Can he win another? Let's find out in match 14. I've just got word of one of the other players for next week as well. I know something you don't know, and it's going to remain that way until Saturday. So I know 2 players for next week. But you have to stay with us on Saturday to find out first who will be gracing Group A, Group B and C. But 2 of them, I can tell you, are belters. And saying the word belters is not a clue, by the way. But what we have here is a best of 7 match to finish Greg's day, Paul's day, and Greg's group, of course, has played the last couple of days. Only picked up a couple of victories.
80.
And that's pretty symptomatic of what's been going wrong for Greg. He's had bounce outs. He's had bits of misfortune, but ultimately, throughout the group, he's not played at his best level. His leg difference is currently minus 26.
140.
With a meagre 4 points in his points total. He did get a win over Robert Owen on Monday.
60.
By 4 legs to 3. It was not a great game, statistic-wise, but looking at the game overall, it was actually quite entertaining.
77.
Greg was 3-0 up. Robert brought it back to 3-3, and Greg won it eventually by 4 legs to 3. You couldn't take your eyes off it. And that was
85.
in match 14, the same spot as this one. Greg then defeated Robert Owen again in match 2 of yesterday. So when Greg got the news that Robert Owen was not playing today, he will have said, "That's just my luck, isn't it? The one person I can beat is not even coming."
100. Greg, you require 160.
He's hit this for his first leg win of the week. It remains the biggest finish, alongside the 160 of Jamie Clark. The next best effort,
40.
as he gets another Robin Hood. How often do you get 2 Robin Hoods in one leg?
135.
I think maybe he's got a skewed stem in there that might need to be either broken or replaced.
45. Greg, you require 120.
You don't get any registered points for Robin Hood either. He went for 3 tops. Of course he did.
60.
Well, he gets half of it.
Well, we require 90.
Another 25. All that. It's the bullseye. Oh, that's a really good shot. He couldn't have seen much of that bullseye. He had to just step to the right a little bit. And I know he's hit a 152 today, which is a great shot. But I have to say, I think that was a better shot. 90 out for a 1-0 lead.
To throw first. Game on. $97.
I was having a conversation with somebody yesterday about the old Championship League darts. Do you remember that? At Crondon Park?
32.
Where players would win £50 for every leg they won. All games were best of 11, and they were long days. Long days. Get to the venue at 8:30 in the morning, start at 10:30, and you might get finished by 8 p.m.
86.
And if you played 3 of those days in a row, by the end of the Thursday, you were ready for the knacker's yard. That's what we say up in the northeast.
78.
But there was a time, I think it was October of 2012, it may have been. It may have been 2011.
42.
Where myself and Kim Huybrechts played each other in the Championship League a total of 6 times in 2 weeks. And in between those 6 meetings, we had an event on. So we played, I think it was 10 days in a row. And that was the reason why I pulled out of an event in Benidorm, because I was just too tired.
60. Oh, you require 105.
Greg is playing like he's a little bit weary. If you think 15 matches over the course of 3 days is easy, give it a try. It's not easy. These guys are giving everything they've got. But it's Holloway who is only 60 points away from doubling his lead. Tops it is.
20.
He's looking at that tops as if to say, how dare you reject my dart? I'm afraid it doesn't work that way. You have to put it there. And Greg's a bit mystified as to what's happened the last couple of days.
28.
I think he'll be glad to reset his points tally going into tomorrow. Double 10 is good. And Holloway takes a 20 dart hold of throw there. He is 2 legs away from doubling his points tally for the day. And 4 points from him in a day would equal his personal best from a previous week. So, 2-0 up.
Third leg, it's Greg to throw first. Game on.
I think maybe the target for Holloway today was 6 points. To try and spoil other people's chances
54.
of getting towards the top. He definitely spoiled Darren Beveridge's day.
$100.
He's made things difficult for Jamie Clark, but ultimately nobody defeated him today.
121.
The third dart from Richie there was just delivered way too quickly. He's trying to do what Jamie was doing in the last match, just speed things up.
58.
Just try and make things happen.
$46.
Yes, I believe the target for Holloway coming into today
41.
will have been 6 points, because 4 was the best he did. Winning 2 matches in a day. The incremental improvement is what everybody's looking for.
60.
The magic number in a lot of people's eyes is a 3% improvement on their existing performance. World-class players are looking for 3%. If you can take yourself from a 92 average towards a 95 or a 96, you have no idea how much that will elevate your performance over the course of a season. For me, the range between 92 and 96, if you can improve from one to the other, it's title-winning changes. As far as Paul's concerned, he's averaging around 77
41.
most of the time. That's exactly what he's doing in this match. If he wants to contend on the Challenge Tour, and I mean this with all respect, he's going to need
100.
to find another 20%. You have to be averaging around 90 plus to challenge on the second tier now. That's just the way it is.
Greggy requires 75.
We've seen averages on the Challenge Tour as high as 119. Well, that leaves 73. Makes things very, very difficult. It's another wide.
19.
And Holloway is on a 2-darter.
All you require, 57.
An easier 2-darter. Not a 72 where he's got to get a treble first. Just the single and double combo. For a second break.
37.
And he hasn't found it. He's having a real love-hate relationship with that double
Greg,
top
you
bed.
require 56.
Okay, that leaves double 12. That's the good news. Oh, that's unlucky. That really could have flicked the flight and gone into the 24 bed. But as it stands,
all you require, 20.
Holloway has been decent on double 10 today.
Game shot
and he
on the
is
third
so
leg.
again. It seems to
Paul
me
Holloway.
like he is a bit of a double 10 merchant. He has been missing tops by the very, very short margins of the width of a wire. But when he's gone to double 10, he has found a lot of success. 3-0 up now.
Fourth leg, it's Paul to throw first. Game on.
It could be that dreaded day for Greg where he doesn't pick up one win. And that will do nothing for his confidence over the next couple of days.
60.
Where he will have to play in a 6-person group again. But we know about the resilience of Scottish dart players.
40.
They can bounce back. Robert Thornton, 2011, almost died. 6 months later, he won the UK Open.
100.
That's the motivation that Greg needs to massage. The fact that he would start on 0 points, the same as his opponents
34.
tomorrow. Get a good win in the first game and he can build on that. And that session will start the same as today at 9:30 British time.
28. $140.
Early in yesterday's session, I was talking about Greg under-pitching his first dart. He figured it out early yesterday.
83.
But unfortunately, after that, he wasn't able to sustain it. He got the start against Robert Owen in match 1 on Tuesday. And he's lost a lot of matches
36.
since then by finer margins. He lost by 4 legs to 3
61.
in game 6 yesterday, his second match of the day. And I think that really hurt him because he really did fight and scrap really well in that match and he came up short. And I think a 4-0 loss to Paul Holloway here would be very harsh on Greg. But Paul doesn't strike me as the kind of person
61.
who is looking very charitable. We will conclude Group A with match 45 in the next one. But that's a lovely approach from the man from Essex. He's looking to finish his day with a 4-0 victory. His very first 4-0 victory
96.
in an online darts live league match. Double 16 will give him that.
Require 32.
And it's to make Greg feel even worse than he already does.
Game
There
shot
it is,
and the
4-0.
match.
20
Holloway.
darter once again. And Essex player Paul Holloway gets his 2 wins for the day. And he has spoiled the chances of a couple of Scottish players. But as you can see, in this game, there is no such thing as charity because Paul Holloway has come in here and made Greg feel very, very miserable. Mike Warburton is very much feeling chipper as he's got his top 3 spot. He will be playing tomorrow night, but before he does so, he's got to take on Darren Beveridge, who will be returning tomorrow from 9:30 a.m. Last match of the group is about to happen, and when we looked at the schedule this morning, we honestly thought that this could possibly have an air to it of a shootout for Group A. Unfortunately, that is not the case. We know that Mike Warburton will be back tomorrow night, and his opponent will be back tomorrow morning. So as far as what is on the line here, it is purely bragging rights. But if Mike Warburton was to win this match, he would tie up second place in the daily table and bolster his weekly total to 20. And 20 points would have been good enough to win a couple of groups in Phase 1, but 20 points in this group, good enough for third place. Quite incredible. He's played very well at times today, has Mike. He's picked up 3 wins. Darren's only picked up 1.
Darren to throw first. Game on.
And I suppose out of all of the games that we've seen, all 44 of them so far, and the points tally that we have, maybe the most puzzling
100.
thing is that Darren Beveridge is sitting right now on 14 points after getting 10 on Monday. We just had our first 4-0 of today, courtesy of Paul Holloway winning 4-0 against Greg Richie.
100.
These two have played each other twice this week, and it's 1-1. When they play each other, there is a margin. It was Beveridge by 4-0 on Monday, 4-1 to Warby yesterday. It's very fair to say that Warburton has played better than Darren the last couple of days.
100.
And Warburton has had the best performance of the day so far, with an average of 99.12 in his last match. So he should be in decent form here, and he's proving it again.
180.
And there you have the proof.
Mike, you require 121.
This would be a decent 6-dart conversion. 11. Second time today he's missed the 11. He's not learning from his mistakes. He keeps going for the treble.
72. Darren, you require 141.
Doesn't scare the 60 there. So Darren has got a lot to think about overnight
60.
Before he returns
Mike, you
in the
require
same
49.
time slot for tomorrow and on Friday. Double 16 for Warby and a first leg break.
17.
2 very well thrown shots, but not in the right bed.
Darren, you require 81.
That's a great approach. Double 12.
Game shot in the first
That
leg.
will make him feel a little bit better. There was a flick of the eyes there and the eyebrows as if to say, oh, I've actually hit one. Well, he has. A very, very good leg. Hold of throw for Darren Beveridge.
Second leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
Special mention for our referee,
60.
Owen Binks, who has officiated all of the matches so far, all 45. Look on the bright side, Owen, there's only 60 more to
91.
go. Because we have a double session tomorrow and on Friday and the finals on Saturday. So no matter what you're watching, whether it's football, soap operas, music videos,
60.
take us with you. You can watch us on Sporty Stuff TV tomorrow night. Or you can watch us on your smart device or smart TV
100.
via the Online Darts YouTube channel from 9:30 in the morning and tomorrow night from 10 p.m. You've got no excuse
140.
not to miss us. Unless you, of course, forget to charge your phone or your tablet or laptop. So get it charged now. Not that I'm trying to tell you what to do.
140.
I'm I'm just trying to give you the option of watching more darts action as we welcome 6 new players tomorrow.
134.
Where's Beveridge starting to make a move?
Darren, you require 107.
If he can get a second win of the day, he can finish on 4 points. But one thing I can tell you, because of his leg difference, is that he is not going to get above Paul Holloway in the daily table.
50. Mike, you require 107.
Even with a 4-0 victory, he wouldn't get close. Double top for a 107 out.
87.
Can he be denied leg 2?
Darren, you require 120.
He's not going to go 3 tops. Paolo 1 tops.
Game
There
shot
you go.
second leg.
What a great player he
Darren
was.
Beveridge.
Paolo 1 chopper. That's what you call Paolo 1 tops. We only get 1 tops here. We don't get 3. He's not Jose de Souza. He's Darren Beveridge. And he only needs 1 tops. But he's 2-0 up.
Third leg, it's Darren to throw first.
Don't ask me where that came from. I think I've been watching too much Portuguese darts action over the course of the last few months. I'm getting carried away with the possibility
140.
that players are now thinking about 3 doubles to finish a leg. Guys next? Is someone going to go 3 double 17s for 102?
100.
I know that you guys out there are putting that together in your heads. Yes, 3 34s is 102.
60.
That's the next challenge. Who is going to do the next thing? I think 108 for 3 double 18s. That's a possibility. Because if you go inside,
85.
you still leave, obviously, treble and double. That's just the way it is. If you do go inside like Jamie Clark did earlier, you still got the option of the
58.
treble and double combo. But the risk is run by missing the board completely.
$100.
Now, Warburton is averaging more than Beveridge here by about 2 points.
60.
But that does not matter, because Beveridge is having one of those performances like he had yesterday. He's not missing a double. 2 from 2.
55.
Yesterday, when he was playing his mate Greg in match 14, he was 4 from 4. Or should I say he was 5 from 4.
93.
Because, as I've already mentioned,
require 161.
he took out 2 double tops and a 100 combination to finish the match. Where's Beveridge
65.
looking at 3-0 here?
Darren, you require 90.
Another single for the bull.
65.
He's missed a double and offers Warby the chance
Mike, you require 96.
of a first leg in this match. Must get a treble. Or that.
56.
Well, I think that was a bit of a departure from his usual
Darren, you
tactics.
require 25.
Another missed single. We've seen too many of those today, and that leaves 11. Double 4.
21.
He will not be pleased with that.
Mike, you require 40.
And he may be about to feel even worse.
Game shot on the
Double
third
10
leg.
is punctuated.
Mike Warburton.
And he doesn't just hit the double 10, but he hits a previous puncture wound in that double 10. It's almost like he was looking at that spot. Did it very, very quickly. He's now only 1 behind. 2-1 to Beveridge of Scotland.
Fourth leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on. $140.
One thing we know about Warby, he will not give up. He's had some performances this week where he's been down and out and has been able to fight back. He is immensely resilient.
$60.
It'll be fascinating to get his thoughts tomorrow on how he's played this week. These players know how to critique themselves.
100.
They know what's going right. They know what's going wrong. When they go back to their hotel room with their portable dartboard, they will put in extra practice. They'll try and figure out what's wrong technically.
140.
If you think that players just put their darts down and relax for the rest of the day, you're mistaken.
57.
Especially someone like Mike.
Mike, you require 161.
He's turning this game on its head. Possibly with a 161. Well, that is a lovely leave.
29.
Well done, Mike. Well thought out. But that was for the biggest finish of the week so far.
58. Mike, you require 32.
For 2-2, a state of Desmond in this game. That is what we
leg.
have.
Mike
That is what we
Warburton.
call 2-2 in darts. It's now Desmond. And we have best of three scenario here to see who wins the final match of Group A. Is the momentum now swinging towards Warburton? I think it might be.
Fifth leg, it's Darren to throw first. Game on. $115.
He's had plenty to scratch his head about over the last couple of days.
83.
Seemingly everything was fine.
134.
He worked extremely hard to win 4-3 in his first two matches of the week against Greg Richie and the eventual Group A
45.
champion Niall Culleton. And then things got a little bit easier when he beat Robert Owen 4-2.
100.
And he beat Mike Warburton in his final match of Group A Day 1 by 4-0 with 100 average. And at that point you're thinking, who's going to stop him?
60.
Little did we know
Darren, you require
he would only win 2 more
152.
games. Possibly 3. But he's looking pretty here in like 5.
60. $81. Darren, you require 92.
Surely the 60. Yeah, beautiful dart.
60.
And 2 efforts at the double 16 that were just a little bit languid. Just tell by the sound of the dart hitting the board that they weren't thrown with full force.
85.
Might be different this time with Mike on a finish
Darren,
now.
you require 32. Game shot on the fifth
There you have it,
leg.
3-2 to
Darren
Darren Beveridge. He now needs just the one leg to finish his day with a second win, to be a little bit better than yesterday where he only got the 1. But Warby, still looking for a comeback win, needs 2 more.
Sixth leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
Lose 2 legs, win 2 legs. Lose 1 leg, win 2 legs. That's always good
59.
enough in a best of 7 scenario. But what we could potentially have,
140.
if Mike Warburton wins this game, it's something in the daily table that I haven't seen in quite some time. You have 6 players,
85.
all on different points. You got Clark on 10, possibly Warburton on 8, Culleton on 6, Holloway on 4, Beveridge on 2, Richie on 0. So the perfect sort of group
Crazy.
to look at, but I don't think Beveridge wants that. He wants to spoil the pattern. That's what I would call the perfect scale in a group, from 0 to 10
100.
with 2-point increments. But maybe that's a snapshot of how my brain works.
100.
Has to be said, this is a brilliant leg. And he's played very well in this match. Warburton's averaged 88, which isn't bad. But Beveridge has averaged over 90. Not just
81.
in this match, but in his last one where he lost
Darren, you
4-1.
require
He has
81.
played improved darts in his last 2 matches. Just the setup.
49.
And he will go back to double 16 to finish the job. It'll be another day where Warby gets 6 points.
100.
Standard 6 points. That's
Darren,
what he
you
got on
require
Monday. It's what he got
32.
yesterday, and it looks like that's what he's going to get today.
Game shot.
Great
and the
performance
match.
from Darren Beveridge. He
Darren
gets a clap from
Beveridge.
Warby, and I think he deserves it. The last couple of matches, he has played very, very well indeed, and that might just do his confidence for tomorrow some good. You see his average just ducked under 90 at the end, but very, very solid with 120 checkout and 44% on his doubles. Something for him to work on before he returns tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. We will return at that point, and we will see Darren Beveridge and Greg Richie return, of course. Warburton and Jamie Clark go to tomorrow night. So, before we go to tomorrow night, join us on Thursday at 9:30 a.m. via your streamed services at your favourite bookmaker, or indeed via the Online Darts YouTube channel. This is The Asset signing out for now. See you tomorrow.